Part One, Chapter One of the Cosmopolitan, From Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Cosmopolitan, From Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. Part One, Inland, Chapter 1. Unspeakable, unlikable, worse than all, unsketchable. A woman has no more formidable rival than her idea in the head of an imaginative young man. And Maurice Durant had been rash enough to fall in love with Miss Tancred before sight. He was rash in everything. When the Colonel asked him down to Coton Manor for a fortnight, he accepted the invitation with much pleasure, by return, and lay awake half the night with joyous anticipation. He was in the train steaming into the Midlands before he realized that he knew nothing of his host beyond a vague family tradition. He was his, Durant's, godfather. He was a retired colonel of militia. He had given him, Durant, a hideous silver cup, but this was the first time he had given him an invitation. There was something more, too. Durant had spent the last 7 years exploring every country but his own, and he was out of touch with family tradition. But now he thought of it, he certainly had, a distinct recollection of hearing his father say that of all his numerous acquaintance, that fellow Tancred was quite the most intolerable bore. He had been a little precipitate. Still, he said to himself, England was England, and if there was any fishing on the Colonel's land, or a decent mount in his stable, he thought he could pull through. Mrs. Tancred was dead. He did not certainly know that there was a Miss Tancred, but if there were he meant to flirt with her, and if the worst came to the worst, he could always sketch her, the unsketchable. He had had plenty of time for anticipation during the slow journey on the branch line from the junction. The train crawled and burrowed into the wooded heart of the Midlands, past a village, a hamlet, a few scattered houses, puffed and panted through endless lengths of arable and pasture land, drew up exhausted at the little wayside station of Whithorn in Arden, and left him in that prosaic wilderness a prey to the intolerable bore. As ill luck would have it, he had arrived at Coton Manor 3 hours before dinner. At the first sight of his host he had made up his mind that the Colonel would have nothing to say that could possibly keep him going for more than 3 minutes. Yet the Colonel had talked for 2 hours. Durant had been counting the buttons on the Colonel's waistcoat and the minutes on the drawing-room clock, and wondering when it would be dinner time. Once or twice he had caught himself looking round the room for some sign or token of Miss Tancred. He believed in her with a blind, unquestioning belief, but beyond a work-basket, a grand piano, and some atrocious water-colours, he could discover no authentic traces of her presence. The room kept its own dull counsel. It was one of those curious provincial interiors that seem somehow to be soulless and sexless in their unfathomable reserve. It was more than comfortable, it was opulent, luxurious, but the divine touch was wanting. It made Durant wonder whether there really was a Miss Tancred, much as you might doubt the existence of a God from the lapses in his creation. Still, he believed in her because there was nothing else to believe in. He had gathered from the Colonel's conversation that there was no fishing on his land and no animal in his stables but the respectable and passionless pair that had brought him from the station. Could it be that there was no Miss Tancred? Durant, already veering towards scepticism, had been about to plunge into the depths of bottomless negation when the Colonel rose punctually at the stroke of 7. " My daughter," he had said, " my daughter will be delighted to make your acquaintance." And Durant had replied that he would be delighted to make Miss Tancred's. There was nothing else to be delighted about. He had divined pretty clearly that Miss Tancred's society would be the only entertainment offered to him during his stay, and the most outrageous flirtation would be justifiable in the circumstances. He had seen himself driven to it in sheer desperation and self defence. He had longed hopelessly, inexpressibly, for the return of the absconding deity. He had looked on Miss Tancred as his hope, his angel, his deliverer. That she had not been at home to receive him seemed a little odd, but on second thoughts he had been glad of it. He would have distrusted any advances on her part as arguing a certain poverty of personal resource. Presumably Miss Tancred could afford a little indifference, a touch of divine disdain. And if indeed she had used absence as an art to stimulate his devotion, she was to be congratulated on her success. His dream had been nourished on this ambrosial uncertainty. Upstairs in his bedroom mere emotional belief in Miss Tancred had risen to rational conviction. The first aspect of the guest chamber had inspired him with a joyous credulity. It wooed him with its large and welcoming light, its four walls were golden white and warm, and in all its details he had found unmistakable evidences of design. There was an overruling coquetry in the decorative effects, in the minute little arrangements for his comfort. A finer hand than any housemaid's must have heaped that blue china bowl with roses, laid out that writing table, and chosen the books in the shelf beside the bed. A woman is known by her books as by her acquaintance, and he had judged of the mind of this maiden turning over the pages with a thrill of sensuous curiosity. This charming providence had fitted his mood to perfection with these little classics of the hour, by authors too graceful and urbane to bore a poor mortal with their immortality. Adorable Miss Tancred! He was in love with her before sight, at half sight. For at the sound of a punctual gong he had hurried out onto the stairs, a door had opened on some unseen landing, he had heard a woman's step on the flight below. He had listened, he had watched, and as he caught the turn of her head, the rustle and gleam of her gown, some divine and cloudy colour, silver or lavender or airy blue, he had been radiantly certain that his vision had passed before him. Down there, somewhere, it was making itself incarnate in the unknown. He felt already its reviving presence, the mysterious aura of its womanhood. Hitherto his imagination had been guided by a profound sense of the justice that is in things. Destiny, who had brought him to this deceitful place, owed him compensation for the fraud. And an apology in person was really no more than his due. What if Miss Tancred were she, the supremely feminine Destiny herself? Under the echoing gallery the drawing room had opened and closed upon her, and he had followed, his nerves tingling with a familiar prophetic thrill. And this was Miss Tancred? To begin with, he had never seen a woman more execrably dressed. No doubt it is the first duty of a woman's gown to clothe her, but apparently Miss Tancred's gown had a Puritan conscience, an almost morbid sense of its duty. It more than clothed her, it covered her up as if she had been a guilty secret. There was concealment and disguise in every crease of the awful garment. In its imperishable prudery it refused to define her by ever so innocent a curve. All its folds were implicated in a conspiracy against her sex. The effect, though striking, was obviously unstudied and inevitable, and he argued charitably that Miss Tancred was attired, not after her own mysterious and perverse fancy, but according to some still more mysterious and perverse doom. Happily she seemed unconscious of her appearance, and this unconsciousness had saved her. For Miss Tancred was plain. And the irritating thing about her plainness was that it, at any rate, was not inevitable. She had had a hair's breadth escape of being handsome in a somewhat original and eccentric way, and so her plainness was insistent. It would not let you alone, but forced you to look at it, worrying you with perpetual suggestions of the beauty it might have been. Her black hair grew low on the centre of her forehead, whence it rose describing a semicircle above each temple. She had a short and salient Roman nose, black eyes, and straight black brows, laid like an accent on the jutting eye bones. Her mouth, there might have been hope for her in her mouth but for its singular unreadiness to smile. There was no hope for her in her sallow skin, the dull droop of her eyelids, her whole insupportable air of secrecy and reserve. A woman has no business to look like that. There could be no hope for any woman whom Maurice Durant had pronounced unsketchable. He was tolerant with the tolerance of a clever young modern painter trained to look for beauty, and find it too, in the most unlikely places. He could find no beauty in Miss Tancred. She was useless for his purposes. Those lips had never learned to flirt, to chatter, to sing, to do anything spontaneous and natural and pleasing. He shook hands with her in a paralytic manner, battering his brains for a reply to her polite commonplaces. Inwardly he was furious. He felt that he had been duped, tricked, infamously cheated of his legitimate desire, and he hated the woman as if she, poor soul, had been personally responsible. It had bored him to listen to the Colonel, and he was sure it would bore him still more to talk to Miss Tancred. But for 10 minutes he did his best to sustain a miraculous flow of sparkling monologue. If Miss Tancred was going to bore him, at any rate it would not be by her conversation. Some plain women he had known who had overcome plainness by vivacity and charm. Not so Miss Tancred. Being plainer than most, she was bound to make a more than ordinary effort. Yet she had adopted the ways of a consummately pretty woman who knows that nothing further is required of her. Did she think that he would go on forever battering his brains to create conversation out of nothing, when she clearly intimated that it was not worth her while to help him? Never in his life had he met a woman who inspired him with such invincible repugnance. He found himself talking to her at random like a man in a dream, and so indifferent to her opinion that he was not in the least distressed at his own imbecility. And Miss Tancred, like a lady in a dream, seemed to find his attitude entirely natural. Perhaps she had read a similar antagonism in the faces of other men. As it happened, repugnance was an emotion that Durant had frequently felt before, and certain emphatic lines about his nose and mouth had apparently been drawn there on purpose to express it. Anyhow, Miss Tancred made no attempt to engage his attention, but turned her dull eyes to the Colonel, as if appealing to him to take the burden of Durant's entertainment on his own shoulders. This the Colonel was perfectly prepared to do. It was evidently an understood thing that Miss Tancred should sit there in that depressing attitude while her father monopolized their guest. Durant hastily classified his host and hostess as the bore active and the bore passive. If Miss Tancred had ever had any interest or property in life, she seemed to have made it over to the Colonel, together with a considerable portion of her youth. The Colonel wore his 60 years well out of sight, like an undergarment. You even felt that there might be something slightly indecorous in the suggestion that he wore them at all. He was alive to the finger tips, alive in every feature of his aristocratic little face. He seemed at first rather uncertain how to take Durant, and looked him up and down as if in search of a convenient buttonhole. He smiled innocently on the young man. Durant soon learned to know and dread that smile. Nothing could have been more delicate and tentative than his approach. He had been silent for the last few minutes, lying low behind a number of the 19th Century, for if he were a bore he had the dangerous power of masking his deadly qualities in an unreal absorption. At the signal that followed Durant's last desperate remark, the Colonel's tongue leaped as if from an ambush. His first conversational manoeuvre was a feint. He inquired with a certain affected indifference what sort of weather Durant had met with on the journey down, and what sort he had left behind him in London. And then he seemed inclined to let the weather drop. But before Durant could get a word in edgeways, he had taken it up again and was handling it like a master. Now he was playing with it, hovering round it lightly, with a tantalizing approach and flight. Now he had gripped it tight. There was no more wandering from the point than may be seen in the vacillations of a well-behaved barometer. The slender topic seemed to grow under his touch, to take on the proportions of his own enormous egotism. He spoke of last autumn and the next parish as if he were dealing with immensities of time and space. And now the Colonel was merged and lost in his theme. He was whirled along with the stream of things, with moons and meteors, winds and tides, never for an instant compromising his character as a well-behaved barometer, never for an instant forgetting that he was a Tancred, with a pedigree dating from the days of feudalism. And after all, he looked such a gentle little fellow that Durant could almost have forgiven him. He was so beautifully finished off. You could only say of him that he was fastidious, he had the prejudices of his class. He scorned to make conversation a sordid traffic in ideas. At any rate, Durant felt himself released from all obligation to contribute his share. He had given it up, and was wondering how on earth they were to get through the evening. Various dreadful possibilities occurred to him: music, Miss Tancred and Beethoven on the grand piano, family prayers, cards. In some places they sat up half the night playing whist, a game that bored him to extinction. Thank Heaven, as there were but 3 of them, it would not be whist. Meanwhile it was past 8 and no dinner bell. As if in answer to his thoughts, the Colonel turned sharply to his daughter. " Frida, are you sure that you wrote to Mrs. Fazakerly?" " Quite sure." " And are you equally certain that she is coming?" " Quite certain. Unless she has been taken ill." " What did you say ? Taken ill ? Taken ill ?"" I did not say she was taken ill, papa. I said nothing but illness would keep her from coming." " Ah ! A very different thing." He turned to Durant, blushing and bridling in his stiff collar as if the important distinction had been a subtlety of his own. He curled himself up in his chair, and Durant caught him smiling to himself, a contemplative, almost voluptuous smile. Was it at the prospect of another victim? Who the devil, he wondered, is Mrs. Fazakerly? End of Part One, Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chapter 2 of the Cosmopolitan, From Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Inland, Chapter 2. Mrs. Fazakerly did not keep him wondering long. Already she was tripping into the room with a gleeful and inquisitive assurance. A small person, with a round colourless face and snub features, finished off with a certain piquant ugliness. Her eyes seemed to be screwed up by a habit of laughter, and the same cheerful tendency probably accounted for the twisting of her eyebrows. Mrs. Fazakerly must have been 40 and a widow. She was dressed with distinction in the half mourning of a very black silk gown and a very white neck and shoulders. She greeted Miss Tancred affectionately, glanced at Durant with marked approval, and swept the Colonel an exaggerated curtsy, playfully implying that she had met him before, that day. It struck Durant that Nature had meant Mrs. Fazakerly to be vulgar, and that it spoke well for Mrs. Fazakerly that so far she had frustrated the designs of Nature. He rather thought he was going to like Mrs. Fazakerly. She looked as if she would not bore him. If Mrs. Fazakerly was going to like Durant, as yet her glance merely indicated that she liked the look of him. Durant, as it happened, was almost as plain for a man as Miss Tancred was for a woman. But he was interesting and he looked it. He was distinguished and he looked that too. He was an artist and he did not look it at all. He cultivated no eccentricities of manner, he indulged in no dreamy fantasies of dress. Other people besides Mrs. Fazakerly had approved of Maurice Durant. Unfortunately, the Colonel's instant monopoly of the lady had the effect of throwing Durant and his hostess on each other's mercy during dinner, a circumstance that seemed greatly to entertain Mrs. Fazakerly. Probably a deep acquaintance with Coton Manor made her feel a delightful incongruity in Durant's appearance there, since, as her gaze so frankly intimated, she found him interesting. He was roused from a fit of more than usual abstraction to find her little grey eyes twinkling at him across the soup. Mrs. Fazakerly, for purposes of humorous observation, used a pince nez, which invariably leapt from the bridge of her nose in her subsequent excitement. It was leaping now. " Mr. Durant, Miss Tancred is trying to say something to you." He turned with a dim, belated courtesy as his hostess repeated for the third time her innocent query, " I hope you like your room." He murmured some assent, laying stress on his appreciation of the flowers and the books. " You must thank Mrs. Fazakerly for those. It was she who put them there." " Indeed ? That was very pretty of Mrs. Fazakerly." " Mrs. Fazakerly is always doing pretty things. I can't say that I am." In Miss Tancred's eyes there was none of the expectancy that betrays the fisher of compliments. If she had followed that gentle craft she must have abandoned it long ago. No fish had ever risen to wriggling worm, to phantom minnow, or to mayfly, to Miss Tancred's grovelling or flirting or flight. No breath of flattery could ever have bubbled in men's eyes, those icy waters where she, poor lady, saw her own face. Durant would have been highly amused if she had angled. As it was, he was disgusted with her. It is the height of bad taste for any woman to run herself down, and the more sincere the depreciation the worse the offence, as implying a certain disregard for your valuable opinion. Apparently it had struck Mrs. Fazakerly in this light, for she shook her head reproachfully at Miss Tancred. " If Mr. Durant had been staying with me I should have packed him into the bachelor's bedroom with his Bible and his Shakespeare." Miss Tancred, accused of graciousness, explained herself away. " I put you on the south side because you've just come from the Mediterranean. I thought you would like the sun." Why could he not say that it was pretty of Miss Tancred? The Colonel had pricked up his ears at the illuminating word. " What sort of weather did you have when you were in Italy?" It was the first time that he had shown the faintest interest in Durant's travels. He seemed to regard him as a rather limited young man who had come to Coton Manor to get his mind let out an inch or two. Durant replied that as far as he could remember it was fine when he arrived in Rome 2 years ago, and it was fine when he left Florence the other day. The Colonel shrugged his shoulders. " Ah, I don't call that weather. I like a variable barometer. I cannot stand monotony." As he spoke he looked at his daughter. In a less perfect gentleman there would have been significance in the look. As it was, it remained unconscious. " The Colonel," Mrs. Fazakerly explained, " is studying the meteorology of Wickshire." It seemed that Mrs. Fazakerly was studying the Colonel, that it was her business to expound and defend him. She had implied, if it were only by the motion of an eyelid, that all they had heard hitherto was by way of prologue, that the Colonel had not yet put forth his full powers. Her effervescent remark was, as it were, the breaking of the champagne bottle, the signal that launched him. Meteorology apart, the Colonel, like more than one great philosopher, held that science was but another name for ignorance. " But with meteorology," he maintained, " you are safe. You've got down to the bedrock of fact, and it's observation all along the line. I've got 15 little memorandum books packed with observations, taken by myself. It's the only way to keep clear of fads and theories. Look at the nonsense that's talked in other departments, about microbes, for instance. Fiddlesticks! A microbe's an abstraction, a fad. But take a man like myself, take a man of even ordinary intelligence who has faced the facts. Don't tell me that he hasn't a better working knowledge of the subject than a fellow who calls himself a bacteriologist or some other absurd name." Durant remarked meekly that he didn't know, he was sure. But the Colonel remained implacable. His shirt front dilated with his wrath. It was wonderful how so gentle a voice as the Colonel's contrived to convey so much passion. Meanwhile Miss Tancred sat absorbed in her dinner and let the storm pass over her head. Perhaps she was used to it. " Fiddlesticks ! If you don't know, you ought to know. You should make it your business to know. If I've got cholera, I want to be told what'll cure me. I don't care a hang whether I'm killed by a comma bacillus or "" A full stop bacillus ?" suggested Mrs. Fazakerly. " The full stop bacillus for choice. put you sooner out of your agony." " For shame, Mr. Durant, you encourage him." " I, Mrs. Fazakerly ?"" Yes, you. It was you who brought the 19th century into the house, wasn't it? Depend upon it, he's been reading something that he's disagreed with, or that's disagreed with him." Durant remembered. There were things about bacteriology in that 19th century, and about hypnotism. The Colonel had apparently seized on them as on fuel for a perishing fire. Heedless of the frivolous interruption, the little gentleman was working himself into a second intellectual fury. " Take hypnotism again. There's another abstraction for you." Here Mrs. Fazakerly threw up her hands. " My dear Colonel, de grace, if it's an abstraction, why get into a passion about it? Life isn't long enough. You're worrying your brain into fiddlestrings, I mean, of course. This child doesn't look after you. You ought to have something tied over your head to keep it down. It's like a jack in the box, a candle blazing away at both ends, a sword wearing out its what's its name. It's wearing out your friends too. We can't live at intellectual high pressure if you can." The Colonel softened visibly under the delicious flattery of her appeal. He smiled at her and at Durant. He came down from his heights and made a concession to the popular taste. " Well, then, take influenza." " We'd very much rather not take it, if it's all the same to you." " Take what ?"" Why, the influenza, the bacilli, or whatever they are. Or do the bacilli take you?" " My dear lady, you don't know what you're talking about. The bacilli theory is a silly theory." And Durant actually smiled ; for his own brain was softening under the debilitating influence. He would not be surprised at anything he might do himself; he might even sink into that sickly state in which people see puns in everything and everything in puns. It would be the effect of the place. " Well, it made you very ill last winter, that's all I know." The wrinkles stopped dancing over the Colonel's face ; his shirt front sank ; he was touched with an infinite tenderness and pity for himself. " Yes, but I had a fit of the real thing. It left me without a particle of muscle, legs merely thread papers, and no brain." " Cherry tart, Mr. Durant?" The voice was Miss Tancred's. It was keen, incisive ; it cut the Colonel's sentence like a knife. But if she had meant to kill it, the unfilial attempt was foiled. " No brain at all, Durant." He held up a forefinger, demonstrating on the empty air. " That, mind you, is the test, the mark of true influenza, the utter, absolute collapse of brain power. Imbacility, in short." Having emitted this feeble spark, Durant's intellect went out altogether. Trusting to his face not to betray him, he inquired gravely if it was long since the Colonel's last attack of influenza. But he had trusted rather too much to his face. A painful flush spread over it when he found Miss Tancred looking at him with a lucid, penetrating gaze. She had recognized his guilt ; it was impossible to tell whether she had measured the provocation. He, at any rate, had discovered the secret of her silence. It was not stupidity, it was shame. The spectacle of the Colonel's conversational debauches had weaned her for ever from the desire of speech. For the rest of the meal he too sat silent, building a cairn of cherry stones at the side of his plate, an appropriate memorial of a young man bored to death at a dinner table. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Cosmopolitan, from Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Inland, Chapter 3. "Well now," said the Colonel, rousing himself from a brief nirvana of digestion, " I hope that you will not be dull." He said it with the confidence of a man who has just laid before you a pretty convincing sample of his social powers. Durant started. He was alone with the Colonel and the wine, and had just made the discovery that when the Colonel's face was at rest he was very like an owl. " To morrow we'll go exploring together. I should like to take you over my little property." As a matter of fact, the property was considerable, but but Durant noticed that its owner applied the endearing diminutive to every object that appealed specially to his egotism. It was a peculiarity of the Colonel that he was ready to melt with affection over the things that belonged to himself, and was roused almost to ferocity by whatever interested other people. "I dare say it will be good for you to see some fresh faces, and to be put in touch with fresh ideas." You would have said that Durant had been sitting for 7 years with his feet on the fender while the Colonel roamed the world. Durant agreed. He was being hypnotized by the hooked nose and the round hazel eyes with their radiating wrinkles. He had been 5 hours in Coton Manor. It felt like 5 years, and the evening had only just begun. His host stared at him, fidgeted nervously for 5 minutes, plunged into Nirvana again, emerged, and with a shamefaced smile suggested that the ladies would be getting impatient. In the drawing room his nervousness increased. He went on like a person distracted with an intolerable desire. He sat down and got up again. He pirouetted. He played with ornaments. He wandered uneasily about the room, opening and shutting windows, setting pictures straight and lighting candles. He was a most uncomfortable little colonel of militia, and with every movement he revolved nearer and nearer to a certain table. The table stood in the background. Durant recognized it as the kind that opens and discloses the magic circle, the green land of whist. The table had a sweet and sinful fascination for the Colonel. Durant had just pulled himself together and determined that he could bear it if they didn't play some infernal game, if they didn't play whist. And now it seemed that whist was what they played, that whist, of course, was what Mrs. Fazakerly was there for. The Colonel looked from the table to the group, from the group to the table. There was calculation in his eye, and almost sensual anticipation. He seemed to be saying to himself, 1, 2, 3, 4, the perfect number. Durant affected abstraction, and turning to the window gazed out into the dim green landscape. His host's eye followed him. It marked him down as the fourth. It hovered round him, dubious, vacillating, troubled. The Colonel had still some torturing remnants of a conscience. He had read the deep repugnance on the young man's face, and hesitated to sacrifice a guest on his first night. He turned helplessly to Mrs. Fazakerly, who put an end to his struggle. She touched Durant lightly on the shoulder. " Come," she murmured gently, like a fate that pitied while she compelled. " Come, he wants his little game." It was as if she had said, " My poor dear sacrificial lamb, he wants his little holocaust. There is no help for it. Let me show you the way to the altar." " Frida !" It was the Colonel who spoke. Miss Tancred spread open the table with the air of a high priestess, hieratic and resigned. The Colonel approached it, a lighted candle in each hand. For one moment of time the egotist seemed to be rapt beyond himself. He was serving the great god Whist. Cards were the Colonel's passion. He loved them with delight that was madness, madness that was delight. Cards for cards' sake, the pure passion, the high immaculate abstraction. No gambling, mind you, no playing for penny points, no pandering to a morbid appetite for excitement. With cards in his hand the Colonel was transformed. He might be wedded to matter of fact, which is the grossest form of materialism, but at the green table he appeared as a devotee of the transcendent, the science of sciences, whist. Durant curled his long legs under the table and prepared for a miserable evening, while the Colonel's face beamed on him from between two candles. " Durant," he said, " you are an acquisition. If it weren't for you we should have to play with a dummy." Durant replied mournfully that he was not great at the game, but he thought he was about as good as a dummy. " Don't you be too sure of that," said Mrs. Fazakerly. " There's a great deal to be said for the dummy. He isn't frivolous, he never revokes, he never loses his little temper, and he plays the game." " Yes, I think he can show you some very pretty science, Durant." The Colonel's moustache and eyebrows and all the wrinkles on his face were agitated, but he made no sound. The owl was pluming all his little feathers, was fluttering with mysterious mirth. Oh, he took the lady's humour. He could enter into the thing. He could keep the ball going. " You see," Mrs. Fazakerly explained, " he has an intelligence behind him." " A dummy inspired by Colonel Tancred would be terrible to encounter," said Durant. Miss Tancred lifted her eyes from the cards she was shuffling. Again he felt her gaze resting upon him for a moment, the same comprehensive, disconcerting gaze. This time it had something pathetic and appealing in it, as if she implored him to take no further notice of her father's fatuity. " Confound the old fellow," he said to himself, " why does he make me say these things?" When they began Durant saw a faint hope of release in his own stupidity, his obvious unfitness for the game. By a studied carelessness, an artful exaggeration of his deficiencies, he courted humiliation, ejection in favour of the dummy. But as it happened, either his evil destiny had endowed him with her own detestable skill, or else his stupidity was supreme. Trying with might and main to lose, he kept on winning with horrible persistency. He was on the winning side, he was made one with the terrible Miss Tancred, and for the first half hour he found a certain painful interest in watching that impenetrable creature. Miss Tancred played the game. She played, now with the rhythm and precision of a calculating machine, now with the blind impetus and swoop of some undeviating natural forces. It was not will, it was not intelligence, it was something beyond and above them both, infinitely more detached, more monotonous and cold ; something independent even of her desire. Durant could see that she had as little love for the game as he had. She played because she always had played, by habit, a second nature that had ousted the first. Her skill was so unerring that for Durant it robbed the game of its last lingering attraction, the divine element of chance. One tinge of consciousness, one touch of fire, and it would have been sheer devilry. As it was, he could have been sorry for her, though in her infinite apathy she seemed to be placed beyond his pity and her own. With no movement save in her delicate sallow fingers, she sat there like an incarnate ennui, the terrible genius of the house. The Colonel, though losing rapidly, was in high good humour. He displayed a chivalrous forbearance with the weakness of Mrs. Fazakerly, who committed every folly and indiscretion possible to a partner. He bowed when he dealt to her, he bowed when she dealt to him, he bowed when she revoked. " To err is human," said the Colonel. " To forgive divine," said Mrs. Fazakerly, smiling at Durant as much as to say, " You observe his appropriation of the supreme role?" And indeed the Colonel bore himself with some consciousness of his metaphysical dignity. He was pleased with everybody, pleased with Durant, pleased with Mrs. Fazakerly, most particularly pleased with Colonel Tancred, late of the Wickshire Militia. And as the game wore on, Durant realized the full horror of his position. The gallant Colonel was not going to leave that table till he had won, and he could never win. He frowned on Durant's proposal to change partners. He would accept no easy victory. They were in for a night of it. Durant was in torment, but he sat on, fascinated by the abominable beauty of his own play. He sat with every nerve on edge, listening to the intolerable tick of time. 10 o'clock. He thought it had been midnight. He passed his hand over his face as if to feel if it were stiffening in its expression of agony. And all the time Mrs. Fazakerly kept on raising and dropping her eyeglass. Now and then she gave him a look that plumbed the sources of his suffering. It seemed to recommend her own courageous attitude, to say, " My dear young man, we are being bored to death, you know it and I know it. But for goodness sake let us die with pleasant faces, since we can but die." And Durant felt that she was right. He fell into her mood and passed from it into a sort of delirium. There could be no end to it. His partner's pitiless hands would never have done shuffling the cards. Black and red, red and black, they danced before him. They assumed extravagant attitudes. They became the symbols of tremendous mysteries. His head seemed to grow lighter, he was visited with fantastic impulses like the caprices of an intoxicated person. To turn on the Colonel and ask him what he meant by inflicting this torture on an innocent man, whose only crime had been to trust him too well, to shake the inscrutable Miss Tancred by the hand and tell her that he knew all, and that she had his sympathy, to fall on Mrs. Fazakerly's neck and cry like a child, he felt that he was capable of any or all of these things. As it was, his behaviour must have been sufficiently ridiculous, since it amused Mrs. Fazakerly so much. The two had reached that topsy-turvy height of anguish that is only expressible by laughter. Theirs had a ring of insanity in it. It sounded monstrous and immoral, like the mirth of victims under the shadow of condign extinction. As for his play, he knew it was the play of a madman, and yet he still won. With Miss Tancred for his partner it was impossible to lose. She sat there unmoved by his wildest aberrations. Once, to be sure, she remarked with a shade of irritation in her voice, by some queer freak of nature her voice was unusually sweet, "Oh, there! We've got that trick again." Like him, she would have preferred to lose, just to break the maddening monotony of it. He pitied her. Once, in a lucid interval, he actually heard himself paying her a compliment, much as he would have paid a debt of honour. "Miss Tancred, how magnificently you play!" She answering, "I ought to. I've been doing nothing else since I was 10 years old." It was simply horrible. The woman was 30 if she was a day. 11:30. Midnight gathering in the garden outside. The room was reflected on the window pane from the solid darkness behind it. The candles, the green table, the players, a fantastic, elusive scene, shimmering on the ground of night as on some sinister reality. Mrs. Fazakerly was dashing down her cards at random, and even the Colonel shuffled uneasily in his seat. At 12 he observed that none of them seemed very happy in whist. He proposed loo, a game in which, each person playing for his own hand, he could not be compromised by the ruinous folly of his partner. At loo, Miss Tancred, also untrammelled, rose to dizzying heights of play. She hovered over the green table, motionless like an eagle victory. Then she swooped, invincible. 1 against 3 she laid about her, slashed, confounded, and defeated the enemy with terrific slaughter. As Durant stammered, idiotic in his desperation, it was a regular Waterloo. The Colonel kept it going. He laughed. "Ha ha! What do you say to a whisky and Waterloo? My head's as clear as daylight. I think I could stand another little game if we had some whisky and water." A movement of Mrs. Fazakerly's arm swept the pack on to the floor. "Frida," she cried, "take your father and put a mustard plaster on the back of his neck." Miss Tancred rose. She had just raised the black accent of her eyebrows as she surveyed the disenchanted table, the awful disorder of the cards. She looked at Durant and Mrs. Fazakerly with a passionless, interrogatory stare. Then suddenly she seemed to catch the infection of their dreadful mirth. It wrung from her a deeper note. She too laughed, and her laughter was the very voice of ennui, a cry of bitterness, of unfathomable pain. It rang harsh upon her silence and was not nice to hear. This unlooked for outburst had the happy effect of bringing the evening to an end. It seemed to be part of the programme that the Colonel should go home with Mrs. Fazakerly to take care of her, and that Miss Tancred should go with them both to take care of the Colonel. They had not far to walk, only through the park and across the road to a little house opposite the lodge gates. While they were looking for their hats, Durant was left for a moment alone with Mrs. Fazakerly. She sank into a seat beside him, unstrung, exhausted. She seemed to be verging on that state of nervous collapse which disposes to untimely confidence. "I like whist," said Mrs. Fazakerly, "but it must be an awful game to play if you don't like it." He followed her gaze. It was fixed on Miss Tancred's retreating figure. "Why on earth does she play if she doesn't like it?" Mrs. Fazakerly turned on him, suddenly serious. "She plays because the Colonel likes it, because she is the best girl in the world, Mr. Durant." He stood reproved. End of Part One, Chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chapter 4 of the Cosmopolitan. From Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Inland, Chapter 4. 3 days passed. They brought nothing new. Each was a repetition of the other, each merged itself in whist. No relief came from the outside world. The outside world must have found out long ago that it was not worth while driving many miles to call on the Tancreds. 3 days at Coton Manor would have been trying to anyone; to Durant they were intolerable. For limbs that had roamed the world to be tucked up under the Colonel's whist table, for a mind equally vigorous and vagrant to be tied to the apron strings of the Colonel's intellect, was really a refinement of torture. Thrice Durant had tried to find an exit into the surrounding landscape, and thrice the Colonel had been too quick for him. He hovered perpetually round him. He watched his goings out and his comings in. There was no escaping his devilish ingenuity. While Durant was looking for a stick or a hat, he would secure him softly by the arm and lead him out for a stroll. He would say, "My dear Durant, the women are all very well in their way, but it is a luxury to have another man to talk to." He talked to Durant, leaning towards him lover like, with the awful passion of the boar for his victim. These strolls extended over several miles without taking them beyond the bounds of Coton Manor. Durant began to disbelieve in the existence of a world beyond. Coton Manor had swallowed up the county; it seemed to have opened its gates and swallowed him up too. He told himself that he had done nothing to deserve his doom. He was not more selfish or more exacting than other men. He was not sensual. He had not made mere physical pleasure his being's end and aim. He had been content with a somewhat negative ideal, the mere avoidance of boredom. He never struggled or argued with it, but whenever and wherever he met it, he had simply packed his portmanteau and gone away. This repugnance of his had entailed endless travelling, but Durant was a born traveller. Hitherto his life had been free from any care beyond the trouble of avoiding trouble. But he had been lax in this matter of Coton Manor. He had had reason enough to suppose that the visit would bring him face to face with the thing he feared, and he had rushed into the adventure with open arms. And now, this horror that he had eluded so successfully for 7 years, he was to know more intimately than his own soul. He was to sound all the depths beyond depths of boredom. He had stayed in dull places before, but their dullness struck him now as naïf and entertaining by comparison. Other people lapsed helplessly into dullness; at Coton Manor they cultivated it, they kept it up. What was worse, they took it for granted in other people. It never seemed to occur to Miss Tancred or the Colonel that Maurice Durant could be interesting, that he had done anything worth mentioning. Not that he was sensitive to their opinion. It was simply that this attitude of theirs appealed unpleasantly to his imagination, giving it a cold foretaste of extinction. It was as if his flaming intellectual youth, with all its achievements, had been dropped into the dark, where such things are forgotten. At Coton Manor his claim to distinction rested on the fact that he was the Colonel's godson. The Colonel had appropriated, absorbed him, swallowed him up. The fact that Durant was lapped in material comfort only intensified his spiritual pangs. The Tancreds were rich, and their wealth was not of to day or yesterday. They had the dim golden tone, the deep opulence of centuries. And they were generous, they gave him of their best. So that, besides being bored, he had the additional discomfort of feeling himself a bit of a brute. As he lay awake night after night in his luxurious bed, he wondered how he ever got there, what on earth had induced him to accept that invitation. He cursed his infernal rashness, his ungovernable optimism. He had spent half his life in jumping at conclusions and at things, and the other half in jumping away from them, however difficult the backward leap. He had jumped at the Colonel's invitation. To tell the truth, he would have jumped at anybody's at the time. When he came back from his travels he had found himself a stranger in his own country. In every place he touched he had left new friends, most agreeably disconsolate at his departure. He supposed, rashly again, that the old ones would be overjoyed at his return. As it happened, his reception in England was not cold exactly, but temperate, like the climate, and Durant had found both a little trying after the fervours and ardours of the south. The poor fellow had spent his first week at home in hansoms, rushing passionately from one end of London to the other, looking up his various acquaintance. He was disappointed, not to say disgusted, with the result. Maurice Durant was always disgusted, when other people failed to come up to his expectations. His best friends were out of town, his second best were only too much in it. Many of them had abjured art and taken to stiff collars and conventions. He called on these at their offices. They were all diabolically busy in the morning and insufferably polite in the afternoon. They had flung him a nod or a smile or a "Glad to see you back again, old fellow," and turned from him with a preoccupied air. He remembered them as they were 7 years ago, when they were all Bohemians together. They had no manners, good or bad, in those days, those young men. They called you by strange names. They posed you in peculiar attitudes, and made abominable caricatures of your noble profile. But they would lend or borrow a 5-pound note with equal readiness. They would give you a supper and a shakedown at any time of the night or morning. Now it seemed they thought twice about asking you to dinner, if indeed they thought about it at all. So Durant had been pleasantly surprised at his godfather's genial letter. Why, bless his little heart, the old boy had actually pressed him to stay for a fortnight. Well, how was he to get through that fortnight? He decided that he would not get through it at all. He kept himself awake devising schemes for his liberation. He would find some business to take him up to town to morrow. Or, if he could not find it, he would invent it. He would send himself a telegram. And then, against his will, his mind began running on Miss Tancred. As he had been possessed by the ideal, so now he was haunted by the reality. It had a horrible fascination for him. He wondered if Miss Tancred had ever been young. He wondered if Miss Tancred had ever made a joke. He wondered if Miss Tancred had ever been in love. This third idea was so incongruous, so impossible, that at last he found himself dallying with it for the mere extravagant humour of the thing. If he had only been able to make himself agreeable to Miss Tancred. For Miss Tancred, if she had the will, had certainly the power to help him. The unhappy young man had made a careful inspection of the stables to see if there was a lingering chance for him there. The sleek bays that brought him from the station, impossible. The Colonel's cob, a creature too safe to be exciting, and, yes, there was Miss Tancred's mare. The sight of the fiery little beast dancing in her stall had affected him with an uncontrollable desire to ride her. The groom, not without sympathy, had interpreted his longing glances. "There's a many cast sheep's eyes at that there mare, sir. But it 'ud be as much as my place is worth, sir, to let you or any other gentleman get atop of her. Nobody lays a hand on that animal but Miss Tancred. Miss Tancred's orders, sir." He might have known it. Miss Tancred was good for nothing, not even for the loan of a mount. Miss Tancred seemed aware that nothing was expected from her, and kept conscientiously out of his way. He saw nothing of her from breakfast till dinner time and the evening, when she appeared as his official partner in the game of whist. What became of her in the meanwhile he did not know, he could only vaguely conjecture. She seemed to vanish, to lose herself in the vast workings of Coton Manor, or in that vaster entity, the Colonel. By the fourth day Durant's irritable mood had changed to resignation. If he could not altogether adopt Mrs. Fazakerly's attitude, and smile pleasantly into the jaws of dullness, he consented to be bored to death with a certain melancholy grace. He had made a dash for freedom. He had actually started first thing in the morning with his sketching block and easel, and was congratulating himself on his benignant chance when, as he sneaked round a corner of the house, the Colonel stepped out upon him from a side window. There was one hope for him. Rain had fallen overnight, and the little gentleman was as yet in his slippers. He was feeling the damp gravel like a fastidious cat. "Aha!" said he, in the tone of joyful encounter. "And what do you propose to do with yourself this morning?" Durant looked at his host with a sad, reproachful gaze, from which all bitterness had departed. He had felt inclined to reply that he proposed to commit suicide. As it was, he only said he thought of trying to sketch something. The Colonel seemed a little offended at the proposal. It certainly implied that Durant had more confidence in his own resources than in those of the house. "So that's your fad, is it? I think we can do better for you than that." And as Durant had calculated, he skipped back into the house, and before he could return with his boots on, Durant, by another miracle of chance or his own cunning, had contrived his escape. He made his way up a slight slope, whence he could see far over the landscape. What he had as yet seen was not inspiring, the heavy full blown charm of the Midlands in July, lonely, without any of the poetry of loneliness. As he looked about him he realized again that he was in the heart of the country, the great, slow, passionless heart whose pulses are interminable hours. If you love Nature as Durant loved her, for her sex with its divine caprices, its madness and its mystery, you will be disappointed with Wickshire. In Wickshire Mother Nature is no dubious Aphrodite. She is indissolubly married to man, and behaves like an ordinary British matron, comely and correct. Durant saw in the immediate foreground a paddock dotted with young firs, each in a ring fence, beyond the paddock a field of buttercups shining with a polished gleam, beyond the buttercups a horizon of trees. Before him to the south east, soaring above the roofs of Whitthorne in Arden, a church spire pointed the way to heaven. Beyond that, travelling low above the railway cutting, a thin line of smoke indicated the way into the world. Behind him were more trees, the green crescent of the woods with the white front of Coton Manor shining in their arms like a heavy foolish face. He had no patience with the landscape, with this nature trimmed and tamed, these shaven meadows and clean cut hedges and little rectangular plantations. It was a typical English landscape, a landscape most unnecessarily draped, where the bosom of the hills was always covered, and the very elms were muffled to their feet. A landscape destitute of passion and sensual charm, a landscape like Miss Tancred. Miss Tancred. He no longer felt any wild resentment against that poor girl, he had learned to judge her leniently. If you live with bores you inevitably become a bore. At the same time he admitted that she was doing her best not to bore him. Meanwhile he transferred his hatred to her surroundings. This young man had no philosophy beyond the general impression that the universe was under infinite obligations to be good to him, a belief that had found itself rather rudely shaken. He chose his view, and pitched his easel and relieved himself by one deep, metaphysical, soul-satisfying curse at the devilry of things. Then he set to work, and with the instinct of a born painter he tried to find possibilities in the despised landscape. Before long he had discovered mystery in the woods that lifted their heavy rounded contours to the sky, gathered and massed and piled on one another like clouds; deep mystery in their green, green drenched with liquid and aerial grey, pierced by thick black veins, and hollowed into caverns of darkness and blue dusk. And though he knew that he was tying himself to the place by taking it seriously, in an hour's time he was absorbed and happy. He was startled by a voice behind him. "Do you think that it's so very beautiful?" He turned round. Miss Tancred stood looking over his shoulders, not at him nor at his sketch, but at the distant prospect. "It's nice and open," he answered absently. "Open? Wait till you've lived in it. To me it's like living with all the doors shut." "Too many woods, perhaps. And yet there's always a charm about a wooded country. It's English." "Yes, and like everything English, it's much too serious, too conventional, too" she paused for her epithet "too disgustingly rich." He was more startled than ever. She had put his own feeling about it into words. "And then it's so painfully proper and respectable. Look at those ridiculous trees in their petticoats, English to a degree." "Ah, if you've been abroad." "I haven't been abroad." "Proud, insular boast." "I wasn't boasting. I was stating a fact." "Well, you've some cause to boast. Not to have been abroad is distinction nowadays. If it comes to that I've never been out of this county, except to London now and then. You wouldn't think it." He smiled, for it happened to be precisely what he had thought. It explained her somehow. He recognized in Miss Tancred the incurable provincial. To be sure, her sentiments were somewhat at variance with her character, an inconsistency not unusual in woman. All he said was, "It is a little extraordinary." He was wondering when she was going to go. She did not go. "I'm glad you've discovered something to do here. It must be so deadly dull." He found relief in ambiguity. "I am never dull"; adding irrelevantly, "It's a glorious view." She brightened visibly. "If you like I can show you a better one than this. It's not so very far." She hesitated. "We might go to morrow, perhaps. Though it wouldn't be very amusing, I'm afraid." Again he felt a touch of compunction. She had so clearly grasped the situation. She was so evidently sorry for him, so conscientious, even if mistaken, in her efforts to make amends, that he found her positively pathetic. He answered humbly that he would be delighted if she would be so good. Then, conscientiously again, she left him. He watched her tall figure departing with energetic strides, and he decided that Miss Tancred was not so bad out of doors, but that she needed a large background. The next morning he had the grace to remind her of her promise. They started at a rapid pace. Durant left the paraphernalia of his art behind him by way of intimating delicately that the hour was hers. Miss Tancred was evidently prepared for vigorous walking. She was dressed suitably and inoffensively in brown holland. She took him up a long, gradually rising hill to where a group of firs stood on an isolated mound. Here Miss Tancred paused with tilted profile, sniffing the ambient air. " This," she said, " is the highest point in the county. There is always a fresh breeze here. To day you can smell the sea." "Impossible. We must be right in the very centre of England, about 100 miles from the nearest coast." " You can hear it then. Shut your eyes and listen." He obeyed. The wind moved and the firs gave out their voice. He opened his eyes and glanced at Miss Tancred. She was leaning up against a fir, her eyes looked straight past him into the distance. The wind had loosened the hair about her forehead, her lips were parted, her eyes shone. There was an eagerness in her face he had not yet seen there. It was as if a dead woman had been suddenly made alive before him. She was gazing and listening. " If you've never been out of Wickshire, where have you heard the sea?" She answered curtly, " I don't know where I've heard it." Then added, as if by way of apology for her manner, " Do you like it?" " Immensely." " Then you must come up whenever you want to. You can always be alone here." She spoke as if she were giving him the freedom of her private sanctuary. " Have you any sketches of those places you've been to abroad?" " Sketches ? Oh, any amount." " Have you brought them with you?" He blushed. He had brought many sketches in the hope of showing them to a wealthy godfather and an admiring god sister. " Some. A few." " I wish you'd show them to me." " I shall be delighted." He blushed again, this time for pleasure. With the desire to bestow a little of it, he asked rashly, " Do you sketch, Miss Tancred? I saw some water colours." " Oh, they were my mother's. I do nothing." " Oh, I see." They were going home now. " I was wondering what on earth you found to do here." " I ? A great many things. Business chiefly. My father is secretary to the Primrose League. I write all his letters for him." " That's one way of being secretary to the Primrose League." " The usual way, I think. Secretaries generally have under secretaries, haven't they? My father dictates." Durant smiled. He could see him doing it. " What else does Colonel Tancred do?" " Oh, he does no end of things. All the business of the estate. And he speaks at meetings everywhere. He has lectured." It was pathetic, her eagerness to vindicate his intellect, to record his achievements, to convince Durant that she was proud of him, not to let him see. For the rest of the way she was silent, the light died out of her eyes with every turning, and by the time they had reached Coton Manor Miss Tancred was herself again. At whist that evening nobody was pleased. The Colonel looked sulky and offended, possibly at Durant's disaffection. Durant was moodier than ever, and even Mrs. Fazakerly seemed depressed. Miss Tancred remained imperturbable and indifferent. She won every trick without turning a hair, but when it was all over she left the table abruptly. She was visibly distressed. Mrs. Fazakerly gazed after her with an affectionate stare. She turned to Durant. " For goodness sake," she whispered, " say something nice to her." For the life of him Durant could think of nothing nice to say, beyond congratulating her on her success in the accursed game. Mrs. Fazakerly chimed in, " With or without a partner, Miss Tancred wins." " I always win. So, I imagine, does Mr. Durant." " And why should I always win ?"" You ? You win because you care nothing about the game." Part 4. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chapter 5 of the Cosmopolitan, from Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Inland, Chapter 5. If you had told Durant that the end of his first week would find him sitting under the firs in lonely conversation with Miss Tancred, he would have smiled at you incredulously. Yet so it was. Her fear of him, if fear it had been, and not indifference, was wearing away. She seemed anxious to make friends with him, if possible, in a less painfully conscientious manner, and he on his side was beginning to tolerate her. In fact, he went so far as to own that if it had not been for that ridiculous idea of his, he would have tolerated her from the first. It was not her fault if he had been fool enough to fall in love with her before sight or at half sight. She had disappointed him, hence his natural disgust, but the thing had happened many times before in his experience. After all, he had had no grounds for his passionate belief in Miss Tancred beyond the argument from defect, the vague feeling that destiny owed him amends for her intolerable shortcomings. But Durant's mind was too sane and versatile to be long concerned with passion yet unborn. He was not one of those pitiable sentimentalists who imagine that every petticoat, or at any rate every well-cut skirt, conceals a probable ideal. Some women of his acquaintance had defined, not to say denounced him, as a consummate and dangerous flirt, but these were not the most discerning of their sex. Durant described himself more correctly as a sympathetic though dispassionate observer of womankind. In other words, he was not a vulgar flirt, he flirted with understanding. An understanding without flirtation was springing up between him and Miss Tancred. In this God forsaken place they were comrades in boredom and isolation. She had said nothing, but in some impalpable yet intimate way he knew that she too was bored, that the Colonel bored her. The knowledge lay between them unnamed, untouched by either of them. They passed it by, she in her shame, and he in his delicacy, with eyes averted from it and from each other. It was as if the horror had crept out through some invisible, intangible doorway of confession. Unseen, unapproached, it remained their secret and the source of their mutual pity. Meanwhile she no longer avoided him. On the contrary, she showed an unmistakable liking for his society. She would come while he was sketching, and sit beside him for 5 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, remaining silent, or merely exchanging a few frank words with him before she went her way. In these matters she was gifted with an unerring tact. Without a hint on Durant's part she seemed to know to a nicety how far her presence was agreeable or otherwise. This time he had gone up the hill after dinner, and had found her sitting in the accustomed place. They had been alone that evening, for the Colonel was dining intimately with Mrs. Fazakerly. That lady, with a refined friendliness that did her credit, had refrained from including Miss Tancred and Durant in the invitation, thereby ensuring them one evening's immunity from whist. Durant could make no better use of his freedom than by spending it alone out of doors. It seemed that Miss Tancred had done the same with hers. She was sitting there on the edge of the mound, clasping her knees and gazing into the distance. He apologized for his intrusion, and she waked from her abstraction with a dreamy air, making a visible effort to take him in and realize him. But, though she said simply that she was glad he had come, the effect of his coming was to plunge her into deeper abstraction. They sat for some time without speaking. Miss Tancred had a prodigious faculty for silence, and Durant let her have her way, being indeed indifferent to Miss Tancred's way. At last she spoke. " It's odd how some people take nature," said she. " For instance, Mrs. Fazakerly says she loves it because it's so soothing. She might just as well say she liked listening to an orchestra because it sends her to sleep. She can't love it for its own sake." " You'll think me horribly rude, but I doubt if any woman can. That is the one thing a woman is incapable of, a pure passion for nature, a really disinterested love of life. It's an essentially masculine sentiment." "I don't at all agree with you." " Don't you ? To begin with, it argues more vitality than most women have got. They take to it as a substitute for other things. and to be content with it would mean that they had exhausted, outlived the other things. What other things? She was studying every line of his young, repugnant face, and Durant was a little embarrassed by her steady gaze. " Other interests, other feelings, whatever it is that women do care for most." " I don't know anything about women." Her remark might have borne various interpretations, either that she knew nothing about herself, that she despised her own sex too much to include herself in it, or that she had tacitly adopted Durant's attitude, which seemed to leave her altogether outside of the discussion. He talked to her unconsciously, without any desire to please, as if he assumed that she expected as little from him as he from her. She never reminded him that she was a woman. It would have been absurd if she had insisted on it, and whatever she was, Miss Tancred was not absurd. She went on calmly. " So I can't say what they care for most. Can you ?"" You know my opinion. I wanted yours." " Mine isn't worth much. But I should say that in these things no two women were alike. You talk as if they were all made of the same stuff." " So they are inside. In their souls, I mean." " There's more unlikeness in their souls, I imagine, than there ever is in their bodies. And you wouldn't say an ugly woman was quite the same as a pretty one, would you ?"" Yes, in the obvious sense that they are both women. I admit that there may be an ugliness that cancels sex, to say nothing of a beauty that transcends it. But in either case the woman is unique." " And if the woman, why not her soul ?"" Because there's a certain psychical quality that is eternal and unchangeable. Because the soul is the seat of the cosmic difference we call sex. In man or woman that is the one unalterable fact, the last reality." He spoke coldly, brutally almost, as if he, like herself, was blind to the pathos of her ignored and rejected womanhood. She seemed to be thinking that last point over. " Yes," she said, " I'm glad you came. I believe you can help me." " I shall be delighted if I can." " What do you think of Mrs. Fazakerly ?" Durant was a little taken aback by the suddenness of the question. " What should I think ? I hardly know." She knitted her black brows till they almost touched, and propped her chin with her hand, as if she were oppressed with the weight of her own thoughts. It struck him that her provincial mind entertained an unreasonable suspicion of the consummate little widow, a woman's jealousy of the superior creature compact of sex ; and a sense of justice made him inclined to defend Mrs. Fazakerly. Besides, he liked Mrs. Fazakerly ; she, at any rate, was not a bore. " She's a very amusing woman, and I should say she was an uncommonly good sort too." To his surprise her face brightened. " Should you ? Should you say that she had a good heart ?"" Really, Miss Tancred, I can't see into Mrs. Fazakerly's heart, but I wouldn't mind betting "" That she's good and affectionate and straight?" " Straight as a die." " And honest ?" Oh Lord, yes. He wondered whatever primitive meaning she attached to the word. " Well, if you think that "" Mind you, my opinion may be utterly worthless." " No, no. It's just the very sort of opinion I want." " Why should it be ?"" Because it's the opinion of a man of the world. Mrs. Fazakerly's a woman of the world, so I thought you'd understand her. I don't." " I've known her exactly a week. And you ?"" 2 years. But then, I don't observe character, and you do. And yet I have an intuition." " Then by all means trust your intuition." " That's it. I daren't. The truth is, I'm afraid of myself my motives." " Your motives are not yourself." " Aren't they ? If it wasn't for them I should be certain. I see she's a dear little woman, and I know that I like her." " Then for heaven's sake go on liking her. It's the best thing you can do." " Isn't it rather horrid to like a person just because they may be of use to you ?"" Not in the least. You were pleased to say I might be of use to you, and I'm sure I hope you like me." " Yes, I like you, but I think I like you for yourself. I'm afraid of liking Mrs. Fazakerly from the wrong motive." " You can't like her from the wrong motive. You can't have a motive at all, if it comes to that. You might have a motive for killing her, or for cultivating her acquaintance, but not for liking her. You either like a person or not, and there's an end of it." " If your motives are not yourself, what are they ?"" Lord only knows. Forces, tendencies, that determine your actions, which are the very smallest part of you. What you call intuitions, your feelings, hate I should say you were a good hater and love " her eyes, which had been fixed on his, dropped suddenly, " don't wait for motives. They're the only spontaneous things about you, the only realities you know." And of these he had said just now that the last reality was sex. It was his point of view, a point from which it appeared that for him Miss Tancred had no existence. Of course there may be some transcendental sense in which they're not realities at all, but as far as we are concerned they're not only real but positively self-existent. As he thus discoursed, Durant blinked critically at the sky, while his pencil described an airy curve on the infinite blue, symbolizing the grace, the fluency and the vastness of his thought. " They, if you like, are you. It's very odd that you don't seem to trust them more." She had turned from him until her face was a thin outline against the sky. She had a fine head, and carried it well too ; and at the moment the twilight dealt tenderly with her dress and face ; it purified the tragic pallor of her forehead, and all but defined that vague, haunting suggestion of a possible charm. Durant had it a moment ago there then now he had lost it. " I daren't trust my feelings. I can't. There are too many of them. They won't work the same way. They're all fighting against each other." " Then let them fight it out, and let the strongest win." " If I only knew which was the strongest." " You'll know some day. In the long run, you see, the strongest is bound to win." " Not necessarily. There might be a number of little ones that all together would be stronger still." " Oh, kill off the little beggars, one at a time. Go for them, throttle them, wring their necks, jump on them. And if they wriggle, stamp." "You can't jump on your own shadow. You can't stamp on them if they're you." He groaned. Miss Tancred was getting too subtle. It was like sitting in the desert and playing at metaphysics with the Sphinx. He had had about enough of it. He rose, stretching his long limbs, and the action suggested the hideous tension of his intellect. " You must let yourself go, Miss Tancred. Let yourself go." And he laughed at his own vision of Miss Tancred. Miss Tancred insurgent, Miss Tancred flamboyant, Miss Tancred voluptuous, volatile, victorious. And then a thought struck him. He turned and saw Miss Tancred still sitting motionless, nursing her knees. Her pure, inflexible profile glimmered against the dusk. End of Part One, Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chapter 6 of the Cosmopolitan, From Two Sides of a Question, by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Inland. Chapter 6. Durant had an idea, or rather two ideas. One purely comic, the other comic or tragic according to the way you took it. He first of all discovered that the Colonel was laying siege to the heart of Mrs. Fazakerly, and at the same time conducting his campaign with an admirable discretion. There never was a little Colonel of militia so anxious to avoid committing himself. Not that the event could be considered doubtful for a moment. Measuring all risks, it was in the highest degree incredible that he would be called upon to suffer the indignity of repulse. There was nothing extraordinary in that. To be sure, on the first face and blush of it, Durant had wondered how on earth Mrs. Fazakerly could tolerate the Colonel. But when he came to think of it, there was no reason why she should not go a great deal farther than that. The Colonel's dullness would not depress her, she having such an eternal spring of gaiety in herself. She might even find it soothing, like the neighbouring landscape. And as she loved her laughter, it was not improbable that she loved its cause. Then she had the inestimable advantage of knowing the worst of him. Her intelligent little eyes had seen him as he was, she could lay a soft finger on all his weak spots. There was this to be said for the Colonel, that he was all on the surface. There was nothing, positively nothing behind him. Besides, Mrs. Fazakerly was not exacting. She had not lived 40 years in the world without knowing the world, and no doubt she knew it too well to ask very much from it. Then the fact remained that the Colonel was an immaculate gentleman, immaculately dressed, and he was not the only item in the programme. Coton Manor would be thrown in, and there were other agreeable accessories. Mrs. Fazakerly's tastes were all of the expensive sort, and her ambition aimed at something vaster than the mere adornment of her own person. In her household she displayed a talent, not to say a genius, for luxurious order. But a little dinner at the cottage opposite the lodge gates had convinced Durant that this elegance of hers was of a fragile and perishable sort. The peculiar genius of Mrs. Fazakerly clamoured for material and for boundless scope. It could not do itself justice under 2,000 a year at the very least. As things stood, its exuberance was hampered both as to actual space — her drawing room was only 18 feet by 12 — and as to the more glorious possibilities that depend on income. At Coton Manor she would have a large field and a free hand. Heaven only knew what Mrs. Fazakerly's mind was made up of, but quite evidently it was made up. So far so good, but there was less certainty as to the Colonel's attitude. As yet nothing was to be seen, so to speak, but his attitudes, which indeed were extremely entertaining. The little gentleman was balancing himself very deftly on the edge of matrimony, and Durant watched with a fearful interest the rash advance and circumspect retreat, the oscillating hair's breadth pause, the perilous swerve, and desperate contortion of recovery. Durant felt for him. He had so much to lose. Under Miss Tancred the working of his household was already brought to such exquisite perfection that any change must be for the worse. He had found out what became of Miss Tancred in her mysterious disappearances. As far as he could see, the business of the estate was entirely superintended by the lady. He came across her in earnest conversation with the gardener, he met her striding across the fields with the farm bailiff, he had seen her once on her black mare, inspecting some buildings on the farthest limit of the property, the obsequious builder taking notes of her directions. She was obviously a capable woman, a woman of affairs. He presumed that these matters, with her household and secretarial work, filled up her days. He knew too well that whist accounted for her evenings. He did not know if there was any margin, any dim intellectual region, out of time, out of space, where Miss Tancred's soul was permitted to disport itself in freedom. She seemed to exist merely in order to supply certain deficiencies in the Colonel's nature. Mrs. Fazakerly had once remarked that Frida was her father's right hand. It would have been truer to have said that she was right hand and left hand, and legs and brain, to the student of meteorology. There had evidently been some tacit division of labour, by which she did all the thinking and all the work, while he did all the talking. Thus, to continue Durant's line of argument, the Colonel's comfort was secured to him without an effort on his part, otherwise it would not have been comfort. And when all was said and done, Mrs. Fazakerly was a most indifferent player of whist. Then there was the Colonel's age. Durant knew a man who had taught himself the 'cello at 55. But the Colonel was not that sort of adventurous dilettante. Neither was Mrs. Fazakerly exactly like a violoncello, she was more like a piano, while Miss Tancred, from the Colonel's point of view, was like a hurdy-gurdy. Not a difficult instrument, the hurdy-gurdy, you have only to keep on turning a handle to make it go. To be sure, you can get rather more out of a piano, but pianos are passionate things, ungovernable and slippery to the touch. The Colonel was fond of the humbler instrument that gave him the sense of accomplishment without the effort, the joys of the maestro without his labour and his pain. He was in a double dilemma. If he had to choose between Miss Tancred and Mrs. Fazakerly, his choice would never be made. On the other hand, if he decided for both, his comfort would be more insecure than ever. There would be jealousy to a dead certainty. In all mixed households that was where the shoe pinched. To pursue that vulgar figure, the Colonel's daughter was like a pair of old and easy shoes made by a good maker, a maker on whom he could rely. A wife would be like new boots, ordered rashly from an unknown firm. They would be his best pair, no doubt, but your best pair is generally the tightest. He had some trying years before him, and well, a man does not put on new boots for a long uphill scramble. So the Colonel's breast was torn with internecine warfare, desire battling with habit, and habit with desire. No wonder if in that awful struggle the fate of one insignificant individual counted for nothing. Frida Tancred never had counted. Durant admitted that his imagination was apt to work in somewhat violent colours, and that there might be a point of view from which the Colonel would tone down into a very harmless and even pathetic figure. For Mrs. Fazakerly he had no terrors. But there was the girl. It was hard to say exactly what he had done to her. Apparently he had taken her soul while it was young and squeezable, and had crushed it till it fitted into all his little habits. He had silenced her heart with commonplaces, and dulled her intellect with his incomprehensible fatuity. And through it all he had been the most innocent little gentleman alive. Oh yes, he was pathetic enough in his way. He himself was only an instrument in the hands of irrepressible nature, who couples wild soul with tame, hot blood with cold blood, genius with folly, and makes her sport of their unhappy offspring. And nature was playing a glorious game with Frida Tancred now. That was Durant's second idea, the thought that had struck him so unpleasantly after his last interview with her. To put it coarsely, he had a suspicion, a fear, that Miss Tancred was beginning to fall in love with him. He might have known that it would happen. It was just the sort of damnable irony most likely to pursue that unfortunate woman. There could be no mistake about it. He knew it. He knew it by many subtle and infallible signs. Somewhere he had heard or read that no nice man ever knows these things. That was all nonsense. Or if it had any meaning at all, it could only mean that no nice man ever shows that he knows. The fact remained that if he had loved her he would not have known. For the disagreeable circumstance itself he called Heaven to witness that he had not been to blame. He had been ready to do his part, to fall down and worship the unknown Miss Tancred, the Miss Tancred of his vision. The hour had been ripe, the situation also, and the mood. The woman alone had failed him. Heaven knew he had done nothing to make her care for him. True, he had given her a certain amount of his society. Since she found a pleasure in it, he would have been a brute to deny her that poor diversion, that miserable consolation for the tedium of her existence. Perhaps he had tried too much to be sympathetic, but who again would not have tried? He had given her nothing to go upon. What had he ever given her beyond some infinitesimal portion of his valuable time, at the most some luminous hour of insight, or perhaps a little superfluous piece of good advice that was of no possible use to himself? For these things she had given herself away. How ludicrously pathetic some women are. You do them some kindness on an afternoon when you have nothing better to do, and they reward you with the devotion of eternity. For they have no sense of proportion. The awkward thing is that it lays you under an eternal obligation to do something or other for them, you don't know exactly what. An intolerable position for a nice man. So Durant's first feelings were surprise, annoyance, and a certain shame. Then he began to feel a little flattered, being perfectly sure that Frida Tancred was not the woman to give herself away to any ordinary man. He was the first, the only one, the one in 1,000, who had broken down her implacable reserve. He ended by feeling positively proud of his power to draw out the soul of a creature so reticent and passionless and strange. His time was not yet up, and the question was, ought he to go or stay? He would have found or invented some pretext and left long ago, but that in him the love of pleasure brought with it an equal fear of giving pain. It would give pain to the Colonel, who after all had received him kindly, if he went before his time. By the art of graceful evasion Durant had escaped many such an old gentleman as the Colonel. But when it came to doing the really disagreeable and ungraceful thing, it seemed that his courage failed him. There was no doubt in Miss Tancred's mind on the delicate point. She was even capable of making a sacrifice to keep him. He met her one morning riding on her black mare. Miss Tancred looked well on horseback. The habit, the stiff collar, the hard hat, were positively becoming, perhaps because they left no room for decorative caprice. She drew up, and Durant ran his hand lovingly over the warm shining neck and shoulders of the mare. Miss Tancred's eyes followed the movements of his hand, then they travelled up his tall figure and down again. " Your legs are rather long," said she, " and you're heavier than I am, but you can ride her if you like." " I shouldn't think of it," said Durant, magnificently mendacious. He had been very early enlightened as to his chances with the mare, but the temptation to ride her had never died in him. "Unless you ride," she continued, "there is nothing for you to do here. Then you'll be bored to death, and then I suppose you'll go." "And bury myself? And then?" "Oh, you won't be buried long. You'll rise again fast enough, somewhere else." "And what if I do go and do all these things?" "Well, I don't want you to go and do them." She moved on, and he walked beside her, his hand on the mare's mane. "I can't think why you've stopped so long. Every morning since you came I've been expecting you to go. I thought you'd say your father was dying, or that your partner was ill, and you had urgent business in town. It's what they all do. Do you know, we've asked no end of people down, and they never stay more than 3 days. They always get letters or telegrams or something. No, I'm wrong. One man stopped a week. He sprained his ankle the first day, and left before he was fit to travel." Durant laughed. She really amused him, this ingenue of 30, with the face of a sphinx and the conversation of a child. "And they never come again. There's something about the place they cannot stand." They were walking leisurely together in full sight of Coton Manor. She gazed at it anxiously. "Does it look so very awful?" "Well, architecturally speaking, no, of course it doesn't." "Ah, you're getting used to it. Do you know you'll have been here a fortnight next Monday?" About the corners of her mouth and eyes there played a dawning humour. "Come, that sounds as if you did want me to go." "No, it doesn't. How could it? If you don't believe me, here's the proof. You can ride Polly every day if you'll stop another week." Another week? Most decidedly she had a sense of the monstrous humour of the thing. If she could see it that way she was saved. He had not the heart to kill that happy mood by a coarse refusal. It would have been like grinding his heel on some delicate struggling thing just lifting its head into life. Besides, she had really touched him. His legs, as Miss Tancred had observed, were a little long, otherwise Durant had the soul and the physique of a tamer of horses. The sight of Polly filled him with desire that was agony and rapture. He saw himself controlling the splendid animal. He could feel her under him, bounding, quivering, pulsating. He himself made one with every movement of her nervous, passionate body. It was too much. Beside that large, full-blooded pleasure, his scruples showed colourless and light as air. That happened on a Friday. He had only 2 clear days more. He found himself seriously considering the desirability of staying over Monday. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 7 of the Cosmopolitan, from Two Sides of a Question, by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Inland, Chapter 7. As ill luck would have it, Saturday was a wet day, and Durant, instead of riding the mare, was wandering aimlessly about the house. He had finished all the books in his bedroom, and was badly in want of more. He knocked up against Frida Tancred in a dark passage, apologized, and confided in her. As usual, she was sorry for him. "I'm afraid we haven't many books, but you'll find some of mine in here." She opened a door as she spoke, and passed on. Durant found himself in a room which he had not yet investigated. It was somewhat bare as to furniture, it struck strange to his senses, as if he had stumbled into another world. In some occult way it preserved a tradition of travel and adventure. The bookcase he came to inspect was flanked by a small cabinet of coins and curios, Italian, Grecian, Egyptian, and Japanese. The walls were hung with bad landscapes interspersed with maps. One of these, an uncoloured map of Europe, attracted his attention. It was drawn by hand in Indian ink. A red line and accompanying arrowheads followed the coast and strung together such inland places as were marked upon the blank. The line started from Southampton and reached the Mediterranean by the Bay of Biscay. It shot inland to the great cities of Italy, returning always to the sea. It skirted Greece, wound in and out of the Ionian Islands, touched at Constantinople, ringed the Bosphorus and the Black Sea, wheeled to Moscow and St. Petersburg, and then swept wildly up the north of Russia to Archangel and the Arctic Ocean. Thence it followed the Scandinavian coastline, darted to Iceland, and dipped southwards again to Britain by way of the Hebrides. Off Queenstown the arrowheads pointed west, winged for the Atlantic. He found the same red line again on a blank map of Asia, heading for India by China and Japan. An adventurous, erratic line, whose stages were now the capitals of the world, and now some unknown halting place in the immeasurable waste. And what on earth did it mean? Was it the record of an actual journey, or some yet untravelled visionary route? But it was not these things alone that gave the room its fantastic and alien air. What dominated the place was the portrait of a woman who had Frida's queer accented eyebrows and Frida's eyes, with some more fiery and penetrating quality of her own, something more inimitably fine and foreign. The portrait, which struck Durant as decidedly clever, was signed by some unknown Russian artist, and he recognized it as that of Frida's mother, the lady of the landscapes. He wondered if it was the demon of ennui that had driven poor Mrs. Tancred to the practice of her terrible art, if she had had a spite against Coton Manor, which she vented by covering its walls with bad pictures. He turned to the bookcase. Frida's library offered him an amazing choice of polyglot fiction. It contained nearly all Balzac and the elder Dumas, Tolstoy and Turgenev, Bjornson and Ibsen, besides a great deal of miscellaneous literature, chiefly Russian and Norwegian. Here and there he came across some odd volumes of modern Greek. A whole shelf was devoted to books of travel, grammars and dictionaries made up the rest. Miss Tancred's taste in books was a little outlandish, but it was singularly virile and robust. He had been prepared to suspect her of a morbid pedantry, having known more than one lady in her desperate case who found consolation in the dead languages. But Miss Tancred betrayed no ghoulish appetites. If she had a weakness for tongues, she had also the good taste to prefer them living. Durant was so much absorbed in these observations that he did not hear her come into the room. " Have you found anything you can read ?" she asked. " I've found a great deal that I can't read. You do go in strong for languages." " That's nothing. My mother was a Russian, and Russians know every language better than their own. I don't know more than 7 besides mine. And I can only read and write them. They will never be any use to me." " How can you tell what may be of use to you? Even Mrs. Fazakerly or I." Durant was anxious to give a playful turn to that remarkable discussion they once had. He thus hoped to set the tone for all future conversations with Miss Tancred. " I admit that you can't live on languages. They are not exactly safety valves for the emotions. Nobody can swear in more than 3 of them at a time. I think music's better. Instead of playing whist you ought to play Chopin." " It's better to play whist well than Chopin badly." " Better to rule in Hades than fool in the other place, you think? Miss Tancred, you are as proud as Lucifer." " I don't see that any good is got by murdering the masters." " It saves some women from worse crimes, I believe. Why didn't you take to sketching then? That only kills time." Miss Tancred was splendid in her scorn. " Kill time with painting bad pictures? I'd rather time killed me." Ah, that was what he liked about her. She had not revenged herself on nature by making hideous caricatures of nature's face. She did not draw in milk and water colours, and she did not strum. She had none of the exasperating talents, the ludicrous ambitions of the amateur. She was altogether innocent of intellectual vanity. " That reminds me," said she, " that I've seen nothing of those wonderful sketches you said you'd show me." He had clean forgotten the things. Well, he could hardly do better than exhibit them. It would keep her quiet and save him from perilous personalities. At first he thought the exhibition was going to give her more pain than pleasure. He sat beside her, and she took the sketches from him gingerly, one by one, and looked at them without a word. A visible nervousness possessed her. Her pulses clamoured, she seemed to struggle with her own unsteady breathing. Once, when in the transfer of a drawing her hand brushed against his, she drew it back again as if it had dashed against a flame. Durant had noticed once or twice before that she avoided his touch. Suddenly she awoke out of the agony of her consciousness. One picture had held her longer than the rest. " It's beautiful. Beautiful," she murmured. "I'm glad you like it," said Durant, pleased at her first sign of admiration. "Oh, I don't mean your picture. I mean the place." "It's not a very good picture, perhaps." "I don't know whether it's good or bad. It seems to me rather bad, though I can't say what's wrong with it. It looks unfinished." "It is unfinished, but that's not what's wrong with it. These are better painting." His hand brushed hers in vain this time. She remained absorbed. "I don't care two straws about the painting. They may be masterpieces for all I know. It's that stretch of sand licked by the sea, and the grass trodden down by the wind, the agony and beauty and desolation of it." She laid it down unwillingly and took the others from his hand. "Oh, what's this?" "A wall in Suza." "I've never seen anything like that. The light seems to be moving, soaking into it and streaming out again. It looks as if it would burn if you touched it." The artist in him laughed for pure pleasure. "It's all very well, you know, but they must be infernally good if they make you feel like that." "Well, they may be. Have you seen all these things, or have you done any of them out of your head?" "Seen them, of course. I never paint out of my head. I haven't enough imagination." "Show me more places where you've been. Tell me about them. You might have done that before." He obeyed, giving her his experience, his richest and his best. He drew for her scenes and things, not in their crude and temporary form, but as they lived for him and for his art, idealized, eternalized by the imagination that sees them as parts of the immortal whole, and yet vivid, individual, drenched with the peculiar colour that made them equally and forever one with the soul of Maurice Durant. She hardly seemed to heed, hardly seemed to listen or to follow. She looked as if hearing were already absorbed in sight. Durant put a small oil painting into her hand. He had kept his finest to the last. "If you're fond of the sea, that may please you." Mid ocean, the slope and trough of a luminous sea. In the foreground one smooth, high bosomed, unbroken wave, the light flung off from its crest like foam, to slide down its shoulder like oil on rounded glass. On the sky line the white peak of a sail. The whole a heaving waste of wind and water, light and air. It was a consummate bit of painting, as nobody knew better than Maurice Durant. She looked at it as though she would never be tired of looking. A sudden impulse seized him, a blind instinct to give pleasure at any cost, to make amends for pain. "If you honestly like it, I wish you'd keep it." "Keep it? Keep it? Do you really mean it?" "It would give me pleasure if you would." "But might it not be valuable?" It was valuable, as Durant reflected somewhat regretfully, but he answered well. "Valuable chiefly to me, I fancy. Which is all the more reason, if you'd like it." "Like it? I should She drew back her breath. "No, I think I'd better not. Thank you very much all the same." She laid the canvas down with a gesture of renunciation. "Now that's foolish. Why ever won't you?" "I daren't. I daren't live with it. It would remind me of all the things I want to forget." "What things?" He felt that the question was cruel, it was probing the very heart of pain. But his curiosity was too strong. The fountains of the deep were breaking up. He knew that he had only to give the word to witness an astounding transformation of the woman. He had given the word. Her face was changing. It had taken on the likeness of her foreign mother, intensified in its subtlety and fire. "What things?" "The things I want to do and can't. The things I want to see. The things " She stopped. "Do you know, I don't even like to have those sketches of my mother's hanging about. They haunt me so intolerably, they tempt me to that degree that sometimes I can hardly bear to look at them." He glanced at the drawings. He could hardly bear to look at them either. Poor wraiths and skeletons of landscapes, he would have thought them too fleshless and bloodless to touch even the ghost of longing. She took up the picture she had just laid down. "But this it's not painting, it's real. It's a piece torn out of the living world. It would bring it so horribly near me. Don't you see?" He thought he saw. He looked and she lowered her eyelids. On to the slope of his wave there splashed a tear, salt to the salt. She got up, turned away from him, and leaned against the window frame, staring out at the gravel walk, the lawn, the paddock, all the sedate, intolerable scene. Her breast heaved. She was shaken by a tumult of vision and desire. "If only I could get away from this!" It was not she that cried out, but some other self, unacknowledged and unappeased, smothered and crushed and hidden out of sight. Durant was moved by the revelation, and a little frightened too. "And why not get away?" he asked gently. "Because I can't do anything like other people, by bits and halves. If I once go I shall never come back. Never. There's no use thinking about it. I've thought about it till I could have gone mad." She faced him bravely. "Mr. Durant, if you ever want a thing as badly as I want that, let me tell you that it will be simpler and easier to give it up altogether, for always, than to keep on looking at it and touching it and letting it go." "Do you apply that principle to everything?" "Well, nearly everything." "H'm. Uncompromising. Yet I doubt if you are wise." "Wise? Isn't it wiser to stand a little hunger than to go back to starvation after luxury?" "Oh, of course. At that rate you can bring your soul down to a straw a day. But in the end, you know, it dies." "If it comes to that, mine was dead ages ago, and buried quite decently too. I think we won't dig it up again. By this time it might not look pretty." At any other time she would have alienated his sympathy by that nasty speech. It was the sort of thing he hated women to say. But he forgave her because of her evident sincerity. She dried her eyes and left him to his own reflections. So this was Frida Tancred? And he had thought of her as the Colonel's daughter, a poor creature, subdued to the tyranny of habit. Habit indeed. She had never known even that comparative calm. It was not habit that had bound her to that dreadful old man who was the father of her body, but with whom her soul recognized no kinship. Her life must have been an agony of self-renunciation, an eternal effort not to be. He doubted her wisdom, but he was not sure that he did not admire her courage. That uncompromising attitude was more dignified than the hesitations of weaker natures. When women set out with the bold intention of living resolutely in the whole, the good and the beautiful, they sometimes find themselves brought up sharply midway at the threshold of the good. And there they stand vacillating all the time, or at the most content themselves now and then with a terrified rush for the beautiful and the whole. They are fascinated by all three and faithful to none. Frida Tancred scorned their fatuous procedure. Balked of the best, she would never console herself with half measures and the second best. As for all lesser values, there was something in her which would always mark her from Mrs. Fazakerly and her kind. With Frida it was either the whole or nothing, either four bare walls or the open road where there is no returning. She would go no way where the Colonel could not follow. Durant, on his way to bed that night, saw something that told him so much. Father and daughter stood with their backs to him at the end of the long corridor. The Colonel was putting out the lights. Frida had just nodded good night to him at her bedroom door when she turned impetuously and flung her arms round the little gentleman. She pressed his head against her neck and held it there an instant, a passion of remorse and tenderness in the belated caress. The Colonel was, as it were, taken off his feet. He was visibly embarrassed. Durant saw his eyes staring over her shoulder, in their profound stupidity, helpless and uncomprehending. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 8 of the Cosmopolitan, From Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Inland. Chapter 8. It was Sunday afternoon, and they had been taking tea with Mrs. Fazakerly. This was the second time that Durant had had the opportunity of studying Mrs. Fazakerly at home, of filling in the little figure on its own appropriate background. The first thing that struck him was that the background was not appropriate, or rather that it was inadequate. Mrs. Fazakerly's drawing room had an air of uneasy elegance, of appearances painfully supported on the thin edge of 200 a year. It was furnished with a too conspicuous care. The most insignificant details were arranged so as to lead up to and set off her good things, which were few and far between. There was no rest in it for the eye that was perpetually seized and riveted on some bit of old silver or Oriental drapery, some Chippendale cabinet or chair. Such things were the commonplaces of Coton Manor, and there they fell unobtrusively into their place. Here they were touched up and handled, posed out of all simplicity. They bore themselves accordingly with a shining consciousness of their own rarity. They made an unblushing bid for praise. In Mrs. Fazakerly's drawing room the note of taste was forced. The invitation had come as a sort of farewell attention to Durant. Its valedictory character was further emphasized by Mrs. Fazakerly's proposing to walk home with them, and finally falling into the rear with Durant. As a turn in the drive brought them within sight of Coton Manor, Mrs. Fazakerly balanced her pince nez on the bridge of her nose. It remained there, and he judged that Mrs. Fazakerly was in no mood for mirth. "That house," said Mrs. Fazakerly, "annoys me." "Why?" "Because it hasn't had justice done to it." "I should have thought that was a ground for pity rather than resentment." Mrs. Fazakerly shrugged her shoulders ever so little. "That drawing room did you ever see anything like it? And such possibilities in it, too. I can't bear to think of all those beautiful things wasted just for want of a little taste, a little arrangement. The right touch." The widow's white fingers twitched. It was not vulgar cupidity, it was the passion of the born genius, of the lover of art for art's sake, who sees his opportunity given into the hands of an inferior. If only she had the ordering, the decoration of Coton Manor. Durant thought of the cottage at the gates, her cramped and humble sphere. It was not her fault so much as the defect of her instrument, that forcing of the note of taste. No wonder that she longed for the rich harmonies of Coton Manor under the right touch, the touch of the master. She continued, "But poor dear Miss Tancred, you know, she will have it left just as it was in Mrs. Tancred's time. She won't change a picture or a chair in it. That's Frida all over. She'd made that house a monument to her mother's memory. And think what she might have made it." "I'm thinking what she might have made of her life. She seems to be making that a monument to her father's memory." "Ah, and the things she could have done with it!" Impossible to say whether Mrs. Fazakerly referred to Miss Tancred's house or her life. Durant smiled at her probable conception of Coton Manor, with its tragedy of splendid possibilities gone to waste. But Mrs. Fazakerly's idea cut both ways. She sighed wearily. "These drives were not made to be walked up. There's another mile and a half of it, and I'm half dead already. I shall sit down." She led the way to an elm tree fallen in the grass, examined it critically, sat down, and made a place for him at her side. "So you're going to morrow. Is that so?" "It is probably." "It's a pity. Just as you and Miss Tancred have made friends." "The best of friends must part," said he lightly. "Yes. Well, I'm glad you've managed to be nice to her after all. She's come out in the most astonishing manner since you came. What have you been doing to her?" "I've done nothing to her, I assure you." "Ah, you mean you've not been making love to her." "I don't mean anything of the sort." Durant was angry. It was borne in upon him that Mrs. Fazakerly was vulgar after all. She looked at him, and her pince nez balanced itself on the bridge of her nose, then leapt its suicidal leap. She was amused with the ambiguity of his reply. "That's all right. Heaven help the man who does make love to her if he means it. That girl's a riddle to me. I used to think she cared a little for her father, but it's my belief that Frida Tancred cares for nobody, not even herself. She simply doesn't know what love is, and she doesn't want to know. Why am I saying these alarming things to you? I'm saying them because I'm old enough to be your mother, and because I like you. You're clever, and you've got a sense of humour too, though I can't say it's been much use to you since you came here. But with all your cleverness you'll never understand Frida Tancred. She's not like other women, the sort you've flirted with so much. Don't tell me you haven't, for you have. She can't help it. Her mother was a queer, fantastic creature, and Frida's just like her, only stronger, much stronger, and deeper, which makes it worse. I'm sorry for her, because you see I'm very fond of her, and I think there's nothing, positively nothing I wouldn't do to help her." "It's an intolerable existence for her." "Intolerable? Ah, my dear Mr. Durant, you're delightfully young, so is Frida, though you mightn't think it. And you young people are all so tragic. Frida's absurd about her father. She's always been going about with that face of hers, playing at being Antigone, and as the poor dear Colonel is as blind as what's his name, he naturally doesn't see it. She's brought it all on herself. She looks on her father as her fate, and treats him accordingly, in the grand style, and it doesn't suit him. What a subject like the Colonel wants is a light touch. With me, for instance, he's a dear." "Is he? I thought he rather bored you," said Durant, maliciously. "When did you think that?" "Oh, that first night when we all laughed so much, except poor Frida. I wasn't bored, not a bit. On the contrary, I was amused at the expression of your face, and at your atrocious manners and still more atrocious puns. Nothing ever bores me. It's only you young people who let yourselves be bored. Tragedy again. Too much tragedy for my taste." Mrs. Fazakerly paused to let her communications sink in and take root. There was a deep hush on the landscape, as if in deference to her awful confidences. A deer stood knee deep in the grass and gazed at them inquiringly. And as Mrs. Fazakerly stared unabashed into the face of nature, Durant thought of Frida's remark and wondered if she found it soothing. "Mind you, I don't mean to say that she's cold. On the contrary, I believe she's capable of a tremendous passion for something. I don't quite know what. It might be a person" she rose "but let me tell you it's much more likely to be a thing." They were talking quite innocently about art and literature when they appeared at the house. Durant vainly tried to unravel the possible motives for her confidence. They were so many and so mixed. It was possible that she honestly suspected him of a dawning passion for Frida, and that she meant to warn him of the hopelessness of such an attachment. Apparently she understood her friend. Or the conversation may have been designed as an apology for her own future conduct. Durant knew that she would not refuse to marry Colonel Tancred if he made the offer. He knew, or thought he knew, her inmost opinion of that ridiculous person. She must be aware that her own dignity was considerably compromised by the situation. Perhaps she hoped by rehabilitating the Colonel's behaviour to justify her own. And why that insistence on the enigma of Frida Tancred's? Why this superfluous and elaborate cover for her own very simple meaning? Unless, indeed, she was not quite so simple as she seemed. In courtship the Colonel had shown himself vacillating, to say the least of it. If Mrs. Fazakerly wanted to bring him to the point, it was obviously her interest to get Miss Tancred out of her way. In other words, to throw her in Durant's way. His delicacy shrank from the baseness of this conjecture, but his reason, as well as his experience, suggested that the thing was not impossible. Mrs. Fazakerly had been studying him, and she was shrewd enough to see that the surest way to interest him in Miss Tancred was to set his intellect to work on her. She had doubtless observed his fin de siècle contempt for the obvious, his passion for the thing beyond his grasp, his worship of the far-fetched, the intangible, the obscure. Thus she thought to inflame his curiosity by hinting that Frida Tancred was incomprehensible, while she touched the very soul of desire by representing her as unattainable. All this was no doubt very clever of Mrs. Fazakerly, but it was not quite what he had expected of her. His suspicions were confirmed by Frida's behaviour. Ever since their last interview she had relapsed into something like her former reticence. To night, as if she had an inkling of the atrocious plot, she avoided him with a sort of terror. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 9 of the Cosmopolitan, From Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Inland, Chapter 9. Durant's time was up, but the Colonel had pressed him to stay another week. He was affectionate, he was firm, he would take no refusal. He dwelt on the advantages of a prolonged visit. "A little change," said he, "does us all good. You young fellows are apt to get into a groove, but you seem brighter since you came. I think we've shaken you up a bit." Indeed, at no time had there been room for any doubt as to the sincerity of his welcome. Though he was so determined to shake Durant up, to get him out of his groove and give him fresh ideas, he betrayed a pitiable dependence on the young fellow. He endeavoured to meet youth on its own ground. He made piteous experiments in the frivolous. More than once Durant had suspected that the poor gentleman had asked him down as a protection from the terrors of his own society. His intellectual resources were evidently giving out. The barometer was stationary. A fortnight's almost persistent sunshine had dried up the source of ideas. Having gutted the 19th century, his mind seemed to be impotently raging for fresh matter to destroy. He repeated himself eternally. The same phrases were always in his mouth. A fad, a theory, a name for ignorance. Don't tell me, it's an insult to my intelligence. Durant could have been sorry for him if he had not been so infinitely sorry for himself. On Monday morning Frida Tancred was herself again, not her old self, but the new one that Durant had learnt to know and tolerate. She sought him out after breakfast and seconded the Colonel's invitation. " If you could possibly stop, Mr. Durant, I wish you would. I'm asking a favour. My cousin, Georgie Chatterton, is coming down on Wednesday to stay. I don't know how long. I've never seen her before, and she's a young girl." Frida's voice expressed a certain horror. " Well, what of that? If there's one thing on earth that I'm afraid of, it's a young girl. If you could only stay on just to amuse her a little, to help her through her first week. You see, it'll be so desperately dull for her if you don't." He laughed. There was no other way of responding to the naivete of the request. "It doesn't really seem fair to ask her when she hasn't an idea. I can't think why father did it. Perhaps he didn't. It's odd, but I've noticed that when anything like this happens, Mrs. Fazakerly is always at the bottom of it." Another lurid light on Mrs. Fazakerly. Was Mrs. Fazakerly at the bottom of his asking me? She smiled. " To tell you the honest truth, she was. Not but what he is delighted to have you here. I don't know when I've seen him so happy, so interested in any one. But you see, he's fearfully conservative. He can't bear to take the first step in anything." He saw. The Colonel might be as conservative as he pleased, but the old order was changing. Coton Manor was on the eve of a revolution. He saw it all clearly, that deep laid plot of Mrs. Fazakerly's. He had been asked down at her suggestion to keep Frida Tancred out of the way for the moment, or better still, for ever. He had not risen to the occasion. His time was up, so Miss Chatterton was to be invited to take his place. Yet when he came to think of it, so simple a scheme, the mere substitution of one cat's paw for another, hardly did justice to Mrs. Fazakerly's imagination. Was she still convinced of his dawning passion for Miss Tancred? Had she doubts as to Miss Tancred's willingness or power to return it? And had she suggested that he should be pressed to prolong his stay in the hope that the rival presence of the young girl would act as the spark that fires the mind, kindling Miss Tancred's emotions and revealing her to herself? Meanwhile Miss Tancred's one idea was to make use of him, to hand over the young girl to him and be rid of her. Her former offer of the black mare, on the condition that he stayed another week, appeared now as a grim jest, a cynical wager. This time she was in earnest. Whereas if she had been in love with him... Weighing these matters in his sensitive brain, Durant conceived a violent hatred of Mrs. Fazakerly and her plot, together with a corresponding determination to stay on, if only to prove to that ingenious lady that she was hopelessly mistaken. Any hasty movement on his part would but confirm her in her absurd suspicions, while his actual flight would be the most flattering testimony to the profundity of her insight. He was not going to behave like the victim to a desperate infatuation for Miss Tancred. He would stay on, and Mrs. Fazakerly would see that nothing came of her psychological intrigue. How far the Colonel was her accomplice he had no idea. The old fellow was a gentleman when all was said and done, and it was more than likely that he contented himself with a gentlemanly acquiescence. His dignity might possibly not refuse to draw a profit either way from the transaction. Durant could reckon on Miss Tancred, having returned to his original opinion of her. There was not enough womanhood in her for ordinary elemental jealousy. As for passion, he had decided that she was as innocent of understanding as she was incapable of inspiring it. A sentimental coxcomb might beat a precipitate retreat because he thought or fancied that his hostess was in love with him, and he would probably call his ridiculous conduct chivalry. It was more becoming in a gentleman to ignore the painful circumstance. For all these reasons he determined to stay. His acceptance of their renewed invitation gave evident pleasure to the Colonel and Miss Tancred, and very little annoyance to himself. He had grown used to Coton Manor as a prisoner grows used to his cell. He had, as he had feared, tied himself to the place by beginning serious work in it. He was too well pleased with his landscape studies of the neighbourhood to leave them unfinished. And as it happened, he had plenty of time to give to them, for the Colonel was pretty constantly engaged with Mrs. Fazakerly. Here again he traced the delicate hand of that lady. She had seen that, if any guest was to remain at Coton Manor, a limit must be put to the Colonel's opportunities for tormenting him. Durant had ceased to long for distraction. He was sufficiently entertained by the situation itself. End of Part 1, Chapter 9. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 10 of the Cosmopolitan. From Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Inland. Chapter 10. If he had been on the lookout for distraction, he would have found it in Georgie Chatterton. At Miss Tancred's request he went with her to the station to meet the expected guest. It was evidently thought that his presence would break the shock of her arrival. It proved an unnecessary precaution. The young girl presented a smiling face at the carriage window, the Tancred face, somewhat obscured by a mass of irrelevant detail, sandy hair, freckles, a sanguine complexion, and so on. She jumped out onto the platform with a joyous cry of "Frida!" She embraced Frida impetuously, and then kept her a moment at arm's length, examining her dubiously. "You don't seem a bit glad to see me," was her verdict. She smiled gaily at Durant and held out a friendly hand. All the way up from the station she conversed with them in a light-hearted manner, thus: "What do you people do down here? Ask Mr. Durant. He'll tell you that we vegetate all day and play whist all night." "Oh, do you? Well, you know, I shan't. My goodness, Frida, is that your house? Whatever is it like? A Unitarian chapel, or the Carlton Club, or stop a bit, you don't bury people in it, do you?" Then, as it occurred to her that she might have hurt her cousin's feelings by her last suggestion, she added, "It's rather a jolly old mausoleum, though. I wonder what it's like inside." If Miss Chatterton had any premonition of her own approaching death by boredom, and had seen in Coton Manor more than a mere passing resemblance to a tomb, she was neither awe-struck nor downcast at the prospect of dissolution. She flung herself into the vault as she had flung herself on to the platform, all glowing with pleasurable anticipation. To Durant there was something infinitely sad in the spectacle of this young creature precipitating herself into the unknown with such reckless and passionate curiosity. The whole long evening through he could discover no diminution of her mood, her gleeful determination to enjoy herself among the shades. She behaved to Colonel Tancred as if he had been a celebrity whose acquaintance she had long desired to make, a character replete with interest and romantic charm. She greeted Mrs. Fazakerly with a joyous lifting of the eyebrows, as much as to say, "What? Another delightful person?" And she was observant in her way too. When Miss Tancred put a hand on her shoulder and said, "It will be horribly dull for you, Georgie. You'll have nothing to do but talk to Mr. Durant," she replied, Mr. Durant looks as if he had been talked to all his life. I shall talk to you, Frida." All through dinner she managed to preserve her spirits, her air of being among the most curious and interesting people. Durant wondered how on earth she kept it up. She seemed one of those fortunate beings whose vivacity is so overpowering that it can subdue even dullness to itself. She made the Colonel look strangely old. Beside her, Mrs. Fazakerly seemed suddenly to become dull and second rate, to sink into the position of an attendant, a fatuous chorus, a giddy satellite. Her laughter swallowed up Mrs. Fazakerly's as a river in flood devours its tributaries. Her spirits quenched Mrs. Fazakerly's as a blaze licks up a spasmodic flicker. It pleased Durant to look at her, the abandonment of her manners was in such flagrant contradiction with the Roman regularity of her Tancred face. Owing perhaps to some dash of the Tancred blood in her, she was neither pretty nor witty, yet she contrived to get her own way with everybody. Durant accounted for it by her sheer youth, the obstinacy of her will to live. In 24 hours she had put a stop to Frida's disappearances, to Durant's sketching, and to the Colonel's intellectual conversation, and this she did by behaving so as to make these things impossible. In short, she had taken possession of her cousin and her black mare, of the Colonel and his cigarettes, of Mrs. Fazakerly and her books, of everybody and everything except Durant. She was friendly with him, but somehow her friendliness was infinitely more unflattering than Miss Tancred's former apathy. It implied that he was all very well in his way, but that she had seen too many of his sort to be greatly excited about him; while in Frida Tancred now she had found something absolutely and uniquely new. She was not going to be put off with Durant. She fastened herself upon Frida and refused to let her go. She did the thing she had said she would do. Without absolutely ignoring her fellow guest, she talked to Frida, or at Frida, or for Frida alone. And yet, strangely enough, by dint of much observation, she had detected a subtle resemblance between them, and she proclaimed her discovery with her natural frankness. It was the second evening of her stay, and the three were sitting out on the lawn together. She had been looking long and earnestly at her mysterious kinswoman. " Frida, you really are a sort of cousin, aren't you?" " So I've always been told." " And Mr. Durant, is he a sort of cousin too?" " I never heard that." " I'm afraid I have not the honour." " That's odd. I thought he must be." " Why ?" asked Miss Tancred. " Oh, because there's a likeness somewhere. Not in the face exactly, but yes, there. Keep that expression on your face 1 minute, Mr. Durant. Now, don't you see it?" " See what?" " It. The likeness. He looks terribly reserved somehow, a sort of wild horses shan't draw it out of me expression, and yet so fearfully restless, and that's just like you." There was an embarrassed silence, and then Miss Chatterton again raised her cheerful voice. " I say, Frida, you might tell me exactly what I'm in for. Are you two going to be horribly intellectual and clever and that sort of thing?" " I'm not," said Miss Tancred. " I'm not," echoed Durant. " Thank Heaven ! Because you both look as if you'd a tremendous lot in you, I wonder if you'll ever let it out." " Not if we can help it," said Durant. " There you are again. If you're not Frida's first cousin, you ought to be." Durant smiled. He wondered whether the idea was more than the random frolicking of Miss Chatterton's brain. She was evidently a young woman of perception, but her perceptions had wings, and she threw them off from her in a manner altogether spontaneous, impersonal, and free. It was nothing to her if they brushed against the truth sometimes in their irresponsible flight. " You don't mind all these personal remarks, do you?" " Not in the least," said Miss Tancred. " For my part I rather like them," said Durant, but they both carefully avoided each other's eyes. Part 1, Chapter 10, Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 11 of the Cosmopolitan, From Two Sides of a Question, by May Sinclair. This recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Inland. Chapter 11. Durant had a grievance against Miss Chatterton. He had been induced to lengthen his visit in order to entertain her, and Miss Chatterton refused to be entertained. His position at Coton Manor had thus become a humiliating sinecure. There was no earthly reason why he should stay any longer, and yet he stayed. The fact was that by this time he was really interested in other things beside the landscape. He had wondered how long Miss Chatterton would keep it up. He watched her, as one haunted guest watches another, to know if she too has seen the spectre of the house, observing her manner and her appetite at breakfast, the expression of her face at bedtime, her voice in saying good morning and good night. On the third day he thought he could detect a slight flagging. Miss Chatterton was a shade less buoyant, less talkative than before. By the evening she was positively serious, and he judged that the iron had entered into her soul. Her manner to her cousin had changed ; it was more tentative, more tender, more maternal. She had begun to pity Frida as he had pitied her. The two were inseparable. They were always putting their heads together, always exchanging confidences. And it was not only confidences but characters that they exchanged. It was a positive fact that as Miss Chatterton flagged, Miss Tancred revived. She seemed to be actually growing young, while the young girl grew older. Not that Miss Tancred grew young without difficulty, the life she had led was against that. She looked like a woman recovering from a severe illness, she suffered relapse after relapse, she went about in a flush and fever of convalescence. It was a struggle for health under desperate conditions, the agony of a strong constitution still battling with the atmosphere that poisoned it, recovery simulating disease, disease counterfeiting recovery. A wholesome process, no doubt, but decidedly unpleasant to watch. Durant, however, had very little opportunity for watching it, as he was now left completely to himself. Miss Tancred's manner intimated that she had done with him, put him away in some dark cupboard of the soul, like a once desired and now dreaded stimulant ; that she was trusting to other and safer means for building up her strength. If Durant had ever longed for solitude, he had more than enough of it now, and he devoted the rest of his time to finishing the studies and sketches he had begun. He had made none of Miss Tancred. One morning he had pitched his umbrella and his easel below a ridge on the far slope of the fir plantation. A thorn bush sheltered him from the wind and made him invisible from the terrace of grass above him. He had emerged from a fit of more than usual absorption when he felt the stir of footsteps in the grass, and a voice rang out clear from the terrace. " If it would only make Papa happy. I want him to be happy." Durant could not help but overhear, his senses being sharpened by the dread of hearing. " My poor child," it was the young girl who spoke, " you don't know what you want. But you want something more than that." Durant rattled his colour box in desperation, but the women were too much absorbed to heed his warning, and Frida even raised her voice in answering, " Yes, I'm afraid I do want something more. I know what you're thinking, Georgie. When women of my age go on like this, it generally means that they're in love, or that they want to be married, or both." Durant was considering the propriety of bursting out on them noisily from the cover of his umbrella, but before he could decide the point, Miss Tancred had continued, " I am not in love." She spoke in the tone of one stating an extremely uninteresting fact. " You are in love, Frida. You're in love with life, and life won't have anything to do with you. It's thrown you over, and a beastly shame, too. You're simply dying for love of it, my sweetheart." Frida did not deny the accusation. They passed on, and in the silence Durant could hear their skirts as they brushed the thorn bush. He could only pray now that he might remain invisible. He felt rather than saw that they turned their heads in passing. " Do you think he heard?" This time it was Miss Chatterton who raised her voice. " It doesn't matter if he did. He's not a fool, whatever else he is." Durant overlooked that flattering tribute to himself in his admiration of Miss Chatterton's masterly analysis and comprehension. She had, so to speak, taken Frida Tancred to pieces and put her together again in a phrase, dying for love of life. Beside her luminous intuition, his own more logical method seemed clumsy and roundabout, a constructive process riddled by dangerous fallacies and undermined by monstrous assumptions. At the same time he persisted in returning to one of these, the most monstrous perhaps of all. In spite, perhaps because, of her flat denial, he pictured Frida not only as mysteriously in love with existence, but with a certain humble spectator of existence. According to the view he had once expounded to her, the two passions were inseparable. Before very long he received a new light on the subject. It was his last day, the two cousins were together somewhere, the Colonel was in bed with a bilious attack, and Durant was alone in the drawing room. He had not been alone long before Miss Chatterton appeared. She came into the room with an air of determination and sat down beside him. She went straight to her point, a very prickly one. There was no beating about the thorn bush with Miss Chatterton. " Mr. Durant," said she, " I want to talk to you for once. When you first came here, what did you think of Miss Tancred?" " I'm afraid I didn't think anything of Miss Tancred." " Did you dislike her ?"" No. I only found her a little difficult to talk to." " Oh, well, that's not what I came to consult you about. I want you to help me. I am going to elope." " You don't mean to say so." To elope with Miss Tancred. Run away with her. Take her out of this. It's the only way." "The only way to what?" "To save her. But I shall do nothing rash, nothing that would cause a scandal in the county. I shall simply take her up to town with me when I go back on Monday. My week isn't up, but well, my temper is. So far it's all open and above board." "Yes. Yes. And where do I come in?" "Oh, you. If you wouldn't mind staying where you are and keeping the Colonel in play till we've got safe across the Channel." "The Channel?" "The Channel, my friend. Where else should we be safe?" "That means that I've got to stick here till Wednesday." "Good heavens. Another week. Not if I know it." "Yes, it's awful, I know, but not as bad as it might have been. You won't have to talk to Miss Tancred. By the way, she says you are the only man who ever tried to talk to her, to understand her. What a dreadful light on her past. Think what her life must have been." "Not very amusing, I imagine." "Amusing? Think of it. 30 years in this hole where you can't breathe, and without a soul to speak to except the Colonel. Not that the Colonel is a soul. He's much too dense." "To be anything but a body?" "And all the time she has loathed it. Loathed it. You see, she's got cosmopolitan blood in her veins. Her mother you know about her mother?" "I know nothing about her except that she did a great many bad things I mean pictures for which I hope Heaven may forgive her." "Don't be brutal. She's dead now, and can't do any more. When she was alive she was a Russian or a Pole or something funny, and mad on travelling, always going from one place to another, a regular rolling stone, till one day she rolled up to the Colonel's feet, and then " "Well?" "He picked her up and put her in his pocket, and she never rolled any farther. He packed her off to England and made her sit in this dreadful old family seat of his till she died of it. That's the sort of woman Miss Tancred's mother was, and Miss Tancred takes after her mother. She's a cosmopolitan too." "Oh, rubbish. No woman can be a cosmopolitan." He said it in the same tone in which he had told Frida that no woman could have a pure passion for nature. "And Miss Tancred, though nice, strikes me as peculiarly provincial. I shouldn't have thought " "There are things in her you'd never have thought of. It's wonderful how she comes out when you know her." "She certainly has come out wonderfully since you came on the scene." The words he used had a familiar ring. It was exactly what Mrs. Fazakerly had said to him. "I? I've not had anything to do with it. It was you. She told me. It wasn't just that you understood her. You made her understand herself. You made her feel. You stirred up all the passion in her." "I don't understand you," he said coldly. "Well, I think if you can understand Miss Tancred you might understand me. Compared with Frida I'm simplicity itself." "When did I do these things?" "Why, when you told her to let herself go. When you showed her your sketches and talked to her about the places and the sea, all the things you had seen. The things she had never dreamed of and never seen." The young girl spoke as if she was indignant with him for revelling in opportunities that were Frida's by right. "But she shall see them. She shall go away from this and be herself and nobody else in the world." "It's too late. It's not as if she were young." "Young? She's a good deal younger than I am, though she's 30 and I'm 24, 25 next September. Frida's young because she's got the body of a woman, the mind of a man, and the soul of a baby. She'll begin where other women end, will Frida. Wait till she's been abroad with me, and you'll see how her soul will come on, in a more congenial climate." "Where are you going?" "We're going everywhere. Venice, Rome, Florence, the Mediterranean, the regular thing. And to all sorts of queer outlandish places besides. Scandinavia, the Hebrides and Iceland. Everywhere that you can go to by sea. The sea. That's you again." "The deuce it is. I doubt if I've done the kind thing then. I seem to have roused passions which will never be satisfied. When she comes back " Miss Chatterton's voice sank. "She never will come back." "Never? How about the Colonel?" Miss Chatterton smiled. "That's the beauty of it. It's the neatest, sweetest, completest little plot that ever was invented, and it's simplicity itself, like its inventor. That's me. I suppose you know all about Mrs. Fazakerly?" "Well, not all. Who could know all about Mrs. Fazakerly?" "You know enough, I dare say. By taking her away I mean Frida we forced the Colonel's hand." "You might explain." "I never saw a man who wanted so many things explained. Don't you see that as long as Frida stays at home, petting and pampering him and doing all his work for him, he'll never take the trouble to marry. But as soon as she goes away and stays away " I see. He marries. You force his hand and heart." " Exactly. And if he marries, Frida stays away altogether. She's free." " Yes, she's free. If she goes. But she'll never go." " Won't she ? She's going next Monday. It's all arranged. I've told her that it's in her father's way, that he wants to marry and keep single for her sake. And she believes it." He walked up and down with his hands in his pockets, a prey to bewildering emotions. " It's ingenious and delightful, your plot," said he, " but I can't say that I grasp all the minutiae, the practical details. For instance it's a brutal question, but who's going to provide the funds for this expedition to Scandinavia, or was it Abyssinia?" "Funds? Oh, that's all right. She's got any amount of her own, though you wouldn't know it." "I didn't know it." He champed his upper lip. He could not in the least account for the feeling, but he was bitterly, basely disappointed at this last revelation. Miss Tancred was independent. Up till now he could not bring himself to believe in her flight. He did not want to believe in it. It would have been a relief to him to know that the strange bird's wings were clipped. It was her mother's, what the poor lady travelled on, I suppose. Frida might have been enjoying it all the time, only you see there was the Colonel. That's why she wants him to marry Mrs. Fazakerly, though she'd rather die than own it." "Why shouldn't she own it?" "Because she can't trust her motives, trust herself. I never saw a woman fight so shy of herself." "Then that's what she was thinking of when she said she was afraid of her own feelings." "Oh, so she did say it, did she?" "She said that, or something very like it. You think that's what she must have meant?" He appealed to her humbly, as to one who had mastered the difficult subject of Frida Tancred. "Why, whatever else could she have meant, stupid?" There was an awkward silence, broken, or rather mended, by Miss Chatterton's saying, as she stood with her hand on the door, "Look here, you're not going to back out of it. You've promised to stand by and see us through with it, honour bright." "I promised nothing of the sort, but I'll stand by all right." "You may have a bad time. The Colonel will kick up an awful fuss, but remember you're not in the least responsible. I'm the criminal." It was as if she had said, "Don't exaggerate your importance. I, not you, am Miss Tancred's saviour and deliverer." He stiffened visibly. "I shall not quarrel with you for the rôle." End of Part One, Chapter 11. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chapter 12 of the Cosmopolitan, From Two Sides of a Question, by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Inland. Chapter 12. Monday was the day of the great deliverance, the day that was fixed for Frida Tancred's flight. And as if it meant to mark an era and a hegira and the beginning of revolution, it distinguished itself from other days by suitable signs and portents. It dawned through a brooding haze that threatened heat, then changed its mind, thickened and massed itself for storm. While he was dressing, Durant was made aware of the meteorological disturbance by an incessant tap tap on the barometer as the Colonel consulted his oracle in the hall. The official announcement was made at breakfast. "There is a change in the glass," said the Colonel. "Mr. Durant brought the fine weather with him, and Miss Chatterton is taking it away." "I'm taking something else away beside the weather," said she. But the spirit of prophecy was upon him. "To judge by to day's forecast, I think we shall see Frida back again before the fine weather." Whereupon Durant smiled and Miss Chatterton laughed, which gave him an agreeable sense of being witty as well as prophetic. By 10 o'clock the hand of the barometer had crept far past change. By noon it had swung violently to "stormy, with much rain." By lunch time a constrained and awkward dialogue was broken by the rude voice of the thunder. The Colonel took out his watch, timed the thunder and lightning, and calculated the approaches of the storm. "7 miles away from us at present," said he. It hung so low that the growling and groaning seemed to come from the woods round Coton Manor. The landscape darkened to a metallic purplish green, then paled to the livid colour of jade under a sallow sky. There was a swift succession of transformation scenes when, between the bursts of thunder, the park, swathed in sheet lightning, shot up behind the windows, now blue, now amethyst, now rose, now green. Then the storm suddenly shifted its quarters and broke through a rampart of solid darkness piled high in the south west. 15 seconds," said the Colonel, " between that flash and the thunder." Among these phenomena the Colonel moved like a little gentleman enchanted. He darted to and fro, and in and out, as if the elements were his natural home. His hurried notes in the little memorandum book outsped the lightning. For the last 30 years there had not been such weather in the meteorological history of Wickshire. But the storm was only in its playful infancy. The forked lightning and the rain were yet to come. The last train up, timed to meet the express at the junction, left Whithorn in Arden at 3:10, and it was a good hour's drive to the station. As they toyed with the lightning on their plates, Durant and Miss Chatterton looked at Frida. Fate, the weather, and the Colonel, a trinity of hostile powers, were arrayed against her, and the three were one. At the stroke of 2 the Colonel remarked blandly, " There will be no driving to the station to day, so I have countermanded the brougham." They were dressed ready for the journey, and as the Colonel spoke Frida got up, drew down her veil and put on her gloves. " That was a pity," she said quietly, " seeing that we've got to go." The Colonel was blander than ever. He waved his hand. " Go, by all means," said he, " but not in my brougham. There I put my foot down." " Not there, oh gallant Colonel," said Durant to himself, " but where you have always put it, on Frida's lovely neck." She started, looked steadily at her father, then to Durant's surprise she shrugged her shoulders. Not as an Englishwoman shrugs them, but in the graceful Continental manner. The movement suggested that the foreign strain in her was dominant at the moment. It further implied that she was shaking her neck free from the Colonel's foot. She walked to the window and looked out upon the storm. With the neck strained slightly forward, her nostrils quivering, her whole figure eager and lean and tense, she looked like some fine and nervous animal, say a deerhound ready to slip from the leash. As she looked there was a sound as if heaven were ripped asunder, and the forked lightning hurled itself from that dark rampart in the south west and went zigzagging across the pane. " Only 10 seconds," said the Colonel. " The storm is bursting right over our heads." Frida too had consulted her watch. She turned suddenly, rang the bell, and gave orders to a trembling footman. " Tell Randall to put Polly in the dog cart. He must drive to the station at once." The answer came back from the stables that Randall had shut himself into the loose box and covered himself with straw, to keep the lightning off of him. He dursn't go near a steel bit, not if it was to save his life, m'm, and as for driving to the station It was too true. Randall, horsebreaker, groom and coachman, excellent and valuable creature at all other times, was a brainless coward in a thunderstorm. " If we don't go to day we can't go till to morrow," said Georgie Chatterton, and she nodded at Durant to remind him that in that case his departure would be postponed till Thursday. Frida too turned towards him. " If I don't go to day I shall never go." He understood. She was afraid. Afraid of what might come between her and her deliverance, afraid of her fate, afraid of the conscience that was her will, afraid of her own fear, of the terror that would come upon her when she realized the full meaning of her lust for life. To morrow any or all of those things might turn her from the way. To day she was strong. She held her life in her two hands. At any rate she was not afraid of the weather. She would go straight to her end, through rain and lightning and thunderbolts and all the blue and yellow demons of the sky. " Are you afraid, Georgie ?"" Of thunder and lightning ?" asked Georgie pointedly. " No." " All right then. We've got 45 minutes. I must put Polly into the cart myself. 5 for that, 40 to get to the station." She strode off to the stables, followed by the footman and Durant. Amongst them they forced Polly into the trap and led her dancing to the porch where Miss Chatterton stood prepared for all weathers. " I say," cried she, " this is all very well, but who's going to drive Polly there and back again ?"" I am," said Durant calmly. He had caught a furtive flash from Frida's eyes that lighted upon, glanced off him, and fell to the ground. The woman in her had appealed to his chivalry. At the same instant there was a swish, as if the skirts of heaven were trailing across the earth and the rain came down. He hastily thrust Miss Tancred's arms into the sleeves of her mackintosh and wriggled into his own. The final speeches were short and to the point. " Mr. Durant," said Miss Chatterton, " you are a hero." " Frida," said the Colonel, " you are a fool." And for once Durant was inclined to agree with him. The more so as Miss Tancred took advantage of his engagement with his mackintosh to enthrone herself on the driver's high seat. She said good bye to the Colonel and gathered up the reins. Miss Chatterton climbed up beside her, Polly gave a frantic plunge and a dash forward, and the hero was obliged to enter the dog cart after the deft fashion of a footman, with a run and a flying leap into the back seat. Miss Chatterton was unkind enough to laugh. " Well done," said she. " Sit tight and try to look as chivalrous as I'm sure you feel." But it is hard to look or feel chivalrous sitting on a back seat in a wet mackintosh, with a thunderstorm pouring down your neck and into your ears, and a woman, possessed by all the devils, driving furiously to an express train that she can never catch. In that lunatic escape from Coton Manor she had not looked back once. She left Durant to contemplate a certain absurd little figure that stood under an immense Doric portico regarding the face of the sky. The main thoroughfare of Whithorn in Arden was scored like the bed of a torrent, and fringed with an ochreish scum tossed up from the churning loam. The church clock struck 3 as they dashed through. " You'll never do it," said Durant. " It's a good 20 minutes from here." " In the brougham it is. Polly will do it in 10, with me driving her." She did it in 7. Durant had pictured the two ladies scurrying along the platform, and himself, a dismal figure, aiding their unlovely efforts to board a departing train. As it was, the 3 minutes saved allowed Frida to achieve her flight with dignity. For 2 out of those 3 minutes he stood outside their carriage window, beyond the shelter of the station roof, with the rain from the ornamental woodwork overflowing on to his innocent head. He was trying to smile. " Heroic," murmured Miss Chatterton, and her eyebrows intimated that she saw pathos in his appearance. As for Frida, her good bye was so curt and cold that Durant, who had suffered many things in redeeming the discourtesy of his former attitude to her, was startled and not a little hurt. His plain, lean face, that seemed to have grown still plainer and leaner under the lashing of the rain, set again in its habitual expression of repugnance. Hers paled suddenly to a lighter sallow than before. The hand she had given to him withdrew itself in terror from his touch. He drew himself up stiffly, raising a hat that was no hat but a gutter, and the train crawled out of the station. He stood yet another minute staring at the naked rails, two shining parallel lines that seemed to touch and vanish over the visible verge into the grey fringe of the infinite where the rain washed out the world. And then he saw nothing but Frida Tancred, sitting on the edge of the fir plantation and gazing into the distance. He heard his own voice saying to her, " Let yourself go, Miss Tancred. Let yourself go." And she was gone. End of Part 1, Chapter 12. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 13 of the Cosmopolitan. From Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Inland. Chapter 13. All that Durant got out of Polly was the privilege of driving her home, through mud and rain, at a melancholy trot. True, he was in no hurry to get back, so he let her take her own pace, in pity for her trembling limbs and straining heart. Polly had done all she knew for her mistress in that frantic dash for freedom and the express, and when he thought of what Frida Tancred's life had been, he guessed that the little animal was used to carrying her through worse storms than this. The storm was over now. It had driven the clouds into the north, where they hung huddled and piled in a vast amphitheatre. Other clouds, charged with light now instead of darkness, were still rolling up from the south, east and west, their wings closed till the sky was shut in like Whithorn in Arden, ringed with its clouds as Arden with its woods. Above, beneath, there rose the same immense, impenetrable boundary, green on the earth and grey in heaven. And Frida Tancred had escaped from these confines, would never come back to dwell in them again. She had said so, and he believed her. To be sure, she had shown weakness at the last, she had been driven to juggle with the conscience that would not let her go. Had she not persuaded it that she was leaving the Colonel for the Colonel's good? But once gone, once there, away over the border and safe in the promised land, she would see clearly, she would realize her right to be happy in the glorious world. Not that these things could have happened without Georgie Chatterton. He had nothing but admiration for that young woman. There had been daring in her conquest of Frida Tancred, there was ingenuity and determination in the final elopement. Was it possible that he was piqued at the insignificance of the part she had assigned to him? She had left him to settle up the sordid accounts while she ran away with the lady. He had got to say to Colonel Tancred, "Colonel Tancred, I am not your daughter's seducer and abductor, I am only a miserable accessory after the fact." In other words, Miss Chatterton had reminded him that he was too late. Too late indeed, it seemed. Whether or not Miss Chatterton's faith in him had failed her at the last moment, but when he came down to dinner that evening he found that she had been beforehand with him. There was nothing left for him to do. The Colonel looked up smiling from a telegram. "News from St. Pancras. Miss Chatterton is carrying my daughter off to the Continent." "I'm delighted to hear it. It will do her all the good in the world." "Yes, yes, I'm glad she should have the opportunity. I made a little tour on the Continent myself when I was a young man, and I've felt a brighter fellow for it ever since." "Really?" "Yes. One's apt to get into a groove staying at home so much. There's nothing like rubbing brains with foreigners. It stretches you out, clears you of all your narrow insular prejudices, brings you in touch" Durant quivered, he knew it was coming "in touch with fresh ideas. I don't know how you feel about it, but 6 months of it was enough to convince me that there's no place like England, and no people like English people, and no house like my own. As for Frida, a very little goes a long way with Frida. She'll be sick of it in 6 weeks, but she'll settle down all the better for the change." "You think so?" "I do. She may be a little unsettled at first. Her poor mother was just the same, restless, restless. But she settled down." The Colonel made no further allusion to his daughter's absence. He was presently disturbed about another matter, bustling about the rooms, wondering, questioning, and exclaiming, "I have lost my little meteorological chronicle. Has anybody seen my little meteorological chronicle? Now where did I have it last? I wonder if I could have left it with my other papers in Frida's room." But Frida's room, the room where she did all her father's writing and her own reading and dreaming when she had time to read and dream, Frida's room was locked and nobody could find the key. The Colonel, more than ever convinced that his meteorological chronicle was concealed in Frida's room, ordered the door to be burst open. Durant lent a shoulder to the work and entered somewhat precipitately, followed by the Colonel. The meteorological chronicle, the labour of years, was found where its author had left it, on his writing table, together with his other papers, business letters, household accounts, Primrose League programmes, all carefully sorted, dated, and docketed. Many of the letters had been answered. They lay, addressed in Frida's handwriting, ready for the post. She had left her work in such perfect order that a new secretary could have been fitted into her place without a hitch. The fact was eloquent of finality and the winding up of affairs, but certain other details were more eloquent still. Order on the writing table; in the rest of the room confusion and disarray, rifled bookcases and dismantled walls. Fresh squares of wall paper outlined in cobwebs marked the places where the great maps had hung. The soul of the room was gone from it with the portrait of the late Mrs. Tancred. The water-colour drawings, sad work of her restless fingers, were no longer there. The furniture had been pushed aside to make room for the deed of desecration. The floor was littered with newspapers and straw, an empty packing case lay on its side abandoned in a corner. The Colonel opened round eyes of astonishment, but his moustache was still. He rang the bell and summoned the servants. Under severe cross-examination, Chaplin, the footman, gave evidence that 3 packing cases had left Coton Manor for the station early in the morning before the bursting of the storm. Frida, too, had discerned the face of the sky, and, admirable strategist, had secured her transports. The Colonel dismissed his witnesses and appealed helplessly to Durant. Indeed, the comprehension in the young man's face gave him an appearance of guilty complicity. " What does it mean, Durant ? What does it mean ?" Durant smiled, not without compassion. When a young woman arranges her accounts and makes off with 3 packing cases containing her library and her mother's portrait, the meaning obviously is that she is not coming back again in a hurry. He suggested that perhaps Miss Tancred proposed to make a lengthier stay on the Continent than had been surmised. " The whole thing," said the Colonel, " is incomprehensible to me." For the rest of the evening he remained visibly subdued by the presence of the incomprehensible. After coffee he pulled himself together and prepared to face it. " There will be no whist this evening," he announced. " You will excuse me, Durant, I have an immensity of work on hand. Chaplin, put some whiskey and water in the study, and light the little lamp on my literary machine." Tuesday morning's post brought explanation. 2 letters lay on the breakfast table, both from a fresh hotel, the Hotel Metropole, both addressed in Frida Tancred's handwriting, one to the Colonel and the other to Durant. Durant's ran thus: "Dear Mr. Durant, you will explain everything to my father, won't you? I have done my best, but he will never see it. It is the sort of thing he never could see, my reasons for going away and staying away. They are hard to understand, but as far as I have made them out myself it seems that I went away for his sake. But I believe, in fact I know, that I shall stay away for my own. You will understand it. We thrashed it all out that Saturday afternoon, you remember? And you understood then. And so I trust you. Always sincerely yours, Frida Tancred. P.S. Write and tell me how he takes it. I can see it so clearly from his point of view. I hope he will not be unhappy. P.P.S. We sail to morrow. He was still knitting his brows over the opening sentences when the Colonel flicked his own letter across the table. " Read this, Durant, and tell me what you think of it." Durant read: "My dear Father, you will see from Georgie's telegram that we shall be leaving England to morrow. I did not tell you this before because it would have meant so much explanation, and if we once began explaining things I don't think I should ever have gone at all. And I had to go. Believe me, I was convinced that in going I was doing the best thing for you. I thought you had been making sacrifices for my sake, and that you would be happier without me, though you would not say so. Whether I could have brought myself to leave you without the help of this conviction, and whether I have the conviction strongly still, I cannot say. It is hard to be perfectly honest, even with myself. But now that I have gone, I simply can't come back again. Not yet. Perhaps never, till I have done the things I want to do. Of course you will be angry, it is so unexpected. But only think, you would not be angry, would you, if I married? You would have considered that perfectly legitimate. Yet it would have meant my leaving you for good. And what marriage and settling down in it is to other women, seeing the world and wandering about in it is to me. It's the thing I care for most. We do not talk about these things, so this is the first you have heard of it. Think. If I had been very much in love with any one, I would have said nothing about it till I was all but engaged to him. It's the same thing. And it will make less difference to you than my marriage would have made." Here Frida's pen had come to a stop. With a sudden flight from the abstract to the concrete, she had begun a fresh argument on a fresh page. " I only mean to use a third of my income. The other 2,000 will still go to keeping up the property. I have left everything so that my work could be taken up by anybody to morrow." The Colonel's eyes had dogged Durant's down to the bottom of the sheet when he made a nervous attempt to recapture the letter. It was too late. The swing of Frida's impassioned pleading had carried Durant over the page, and one terse sentence had printed itself instantaneously on his brain. He handed back the letter without a word. The Colonel drew Durant's arm in his and led him out through the window on to the gravel drive. Up and down they walked for the space of 1 hour, while the Colonel poured out his soul. He went bareheaded, he lifted up his face to the heavens, touched to a deeper anguish by the beauty of the young day. " Lord, what a perfect morning. Look at this place she's left. Look at it. I've nursed the little property for her. It was as much hers as if I was in my grave, Durant. She's lived in it for nearly 30 years, ever since she was no higher than that flower pot, and she thinks nothing of leaving it. She thinks nothing of leaving me. And I've got more work to do than my brain's fit for. Why, I was in the very thick of my Primrose League correspondence, up to the neck in all manner of accounts, and she knew it and chose this time. I've got to give a lecture next week in Withern Parish Room, a lecture on Imperialism, and I've my little chronicle on hand too. But it's nothing to her. The whole thing's a mystery to me. I can't think what can have made her do it. She never was a girl that cared for gadding about, and for society and all that. As for trying to make me believe that I should be no worse off if she married, the question has never risen, Durant. She hasn't married. She never even wanted to be married. She never would have been married. Well, that makes it all the more natural that she should want to see something of the world instead. No, it's not natural. I could have understood her wanting to get married. That's natural enough. But what's a woman got to do with seeing the world? It's not as if she was my son, Durant. Durant listened and wondered. As far as he could make out, the Colonel's attitude to his daughter was twofold. On the one hand, he seemed to regard her as part of the little property, and as existing for the sake of the little property, from which point of view she had acquired a certain value in his eyes. On the other hand, he looked upon her as an inferior part of himself, and as existing for the sake of himself. It was a view old as the hills and the earth they were made of, being the paternal side of the simple primeval attitude of the man to the woman. And seeing that the little property was a mere drop in the ocean of the Colonel's egoism, this view might be said to include the other as the greater includes the less. On either theory, Frida Tancred was not supposed to have any rights, or indeed any substantial existence of her own. She was an attribute, an adjunct. Seeing the world, fiddlesticks! Don't tell me there isn't something else at the bottom of it. It's an insult to my intelligence. As everything the Colonel did not understand was an insult to his intelligence must have had to put up with an extraordinary number of affronts. He leaned heavily on the young man's arm. " It's shaken me. I shall never be the fellow I was. I can't understand it. Nobody could have done more for any girl than I've done for Frida. And she deserts me, Durant. Deserts me in my old age with my strength failing." Durant vainly tried to make himself worthy of Frida Tancred's trust, but he could add nothing to her reasoning, and she had kept her best argument to the last. " It will make less difference to you than my marriage would have made." " After all, sir, will it make so very much difference if your daughter does go away for a year or two?" " I can't say. I can't tell you that till I've tried it, my boy. It's all too new to me, and I tell you I can't understand it." He trailed off with a slow and stricken movement, like a Lesser Lear, and re entered the house by the window of Frida's room. The sight of the well ordered writing table subtilized for a moment his sense of her desertion. " Look at that. She was my right hand, Maurice, and I can't realize that she's gone. It's the queerest sensation. I feel as if she was here and yet wasn't here." Durant said he had heard that people felt like that after the amputation of their right hands. As for the wound, he hoped that time would heal it. " Any soldier can tell you that old wounds will still bleed, Durant. I think that was the luncheon bell." Lunch, over which the Colonel lingered lovingly and long, somewhat obscured the freshness of the tragedy, and made it a thing of the remoter past. An hour later he was playing with his little rain gauge on the lawn. At afternoon tea time he appeared immaculately attired in the height of the fashion. Brown boots, the palest of pale grey summer suitings, a white piqué waistcoat, the least little luminous hint of green in his silk necktie, and he seemed the spirit of youth incarnate. At this figure Durant smiled with a pity that was only two-thirds contempt. He longed to ask him whether the old wound was bleeding badly. He was bound to believe that the Colonel had a heart under his immaculate waistcoat, with pulses and arteries the same as other people's, his own unconquerable conviction being that if you pricked the gentle mannikin he would bleed sawdust. The Colonel had scarcely swallowed his tea when Durant saw him trotting off in the direction of the cottage. There was that about him which, considering his recent bereavement, suggested an almost indecent haste. He returned and sat down to tea, flushed but incommunicable. He seemed aware that it was Durant's last night, and it was after some weak attempts to give the meal a commemorative and farewell character, half festal, half funereal, that he sank into silence, and remained brooding over the ice pudding in his attitude of owl-like inscrutability. But during the privacy of dessert his mystic mood took flight. He hopped, as it were, on to a higher perch. He stretched the wing of victory and gazed at it admiringly. There was an effect as of the preening of young plumage, the fluttering of innumerable feathers. And with champagne running in his veins like the sap of spring, he proclaimed his engagement to that charming lady, Mrs. Fazakerly. Durant had no sooner congratulated him on the event than he remembered that he had left the postscript of Miss Tancred's letter unanswered. She had said, " Write and tell me how he takes it." She had hoped that he would not be unhappy. So he wrote, " He took it uncommonly well." That was not strictly true, but Durant was determined to set Frida Tancred's conscience at rest, even if he had to tamper a little with his own. " I should not say that he will be very unhappy. On the contrary, he has just assured me that he is the happiest man on earth. He is engaged to be married to Mrs. Fazakerly." It was a masterly stroke on Mrs. Fazakerly's part, and it had followed so closely on the elopement, as closely indeed as consequence on cause, that Durant had to admit that he had grossly underrated the powers of this remarkable woman. He had been lost in admiration of Miss Chatterton's elaborate intrigue and bold, independent action. But now he came to think of it, though Miss Chatterton's style was more showy, Mrs. Fazakerly had played by far the better game of the two. Durant, who had regarded himself as a trump card up Mrs. Fazakerly's sleeve, perceived with a pang that he had counted for nothing in the final move. Mrs. Fazakerly had not, as he idiotically supposed, been greatly concerned with Frida Tancred's attitude towards him. She had divined nothing, imagined nothing ; she had been both simpler and subtler than he knew. She had desired the removal of Frida Tancred from her path, and at the right moment she had produced Georgie Chatterton. She had played her deliberately, staking everything on the move. Georgie's independence had been purely illusory. She had appeared at Mrs. Fazakerly's bidding, she had behaved as Mrs. Fazakerly had foreseen, she had removed Frida Tancred, and Durant had been nowhere. Mrs. Fazakerly's little grey eyes could read the characters of men and women at a glance, and as instantly inferred their fitness or unfitness for her purpose. She might be a poor hand at the game of whist, but at the game of matrimony she was magnificent and supreme. Frida had said, " We sail to morrow." Therefore Durant walked all the way to Whithorn in Arden to post his letter so that it might reach her before she left London. And as he came back across the dewy path in the dim light, and Coton Manor raised its forehead from the embrace of the woods, and opened the long line of its dull windows, he realized all that it had done for Frida. He understood the abnegation and the tragedy of her life. She had been sacrificed not only to her father, but to her father's fetish, the property. Coton Manor had to be kept up at all costs, and the cost had been Frida's. It had been her mother's. The place had crushed and consumed her spirit as it swallowed up 2/3 of her material inheritance. It had made the living woman as the dead. He remembered how the house had been called her mother's monument, and how it had become her own grave. Her soul had never lived there, and now that she was gone, it was as empty as the tomb from which the soul has lifted the body at resurrection time. And he too was set at liberty. He left by the slow early train on Wednesday, without waiting for the afternoon express, his object being not so much to reach town as to get away from Coton Manor. The Colonel accompanied him to the station, and to his infinite surprise and embarrassment he found Mrs. Fazakerly on the platform waiting to see him off. He could think of nothing nice to say to her about her engagement, not even when she took possession of him with a hand on his arm, led him away to the far end of the platform, and gazed expectantly into his face. " You don't congratulate me, Mr. Durant." " On what ?" he asked moodily. " On having done a good deed." " A good deed ? Didn't I tell you there was nothing I wouldn't do for Frida Tancred?" Incomparable cunning. To set herself right in his eyes and her own, she was trying to persuade him that she had accepted the Colonel for his daughter's sake. A good deed. Well, whatever else she had done, and whatever her motives may have been, the deed remained. She had set Frida Tancred free. Nevertheless, he could not be pleasant. " Self sacrifice, no doubt, is a virtue," said he ;" yet one draws the line." Does one?" He felt a delicate pressure on his arm, the right touch, the light touch. "Mr. Durant, you are dense and you are ungrateful." "I don't see it." "Don't you see what I have done for you?" There was a strange light behind the pince nez as she smiled up into his face. " I have cleared the way." " For Miss Tancred, you mean," said Durant, thereby proving that in her calculations as to his mean density Mrs. Fazakerly was not altogether wrong. But Durant was always an imaginative man, and as he sped on the same journey over the same rails, his imagination followed Frida Tancred in her flight towards freedom and the unknown. End of Part One. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Chapter 14 of the Cosmopolitan. From Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Outward Bound. Chapter 14. After 7 weeks in England, Maurice Durant began to look back with longing on the 7 years he had spent away from it, and so turned his back on Dover and his face to the south of France. Those 3 weeks in Coton Manor had disgusted him with the country, another 3 weeks in London had more than satisfied his passion for town. It was there that he realized more keenly than anywhere else that he was a foreigner in England, and he went abroad in order to feel himself an Englishman again. Restless as ever, he spent 2 years wandering the world, then shut himself up for 3 more in a little villa in the Apennines, and worked as he had never worked before, with the result that at the end of the 5 years he found himself irresistibly drawn back to England again. Gradually, very gradually, England was waking to the fact that Maurice Durant was a clever painter. Still more gradually it had dawned on Maurice that he was becoming famous. His name had travelled to London, as a name frequently does, via Paris and New York, and fame had lured him to London by dint of taking it up and incessantly sounding it, not with a coarse and startling blast from her favourite instrument, the trumpet, but with a delicate crescendo, lyrically, subtly, insinuatingly, like a young siren performing on a well modulated flute. The trumpet, no doubt, would have deafened or irritated him, but before he got sick of it, the softer music was by no means disagreeable to his ear. It seemed that he had scored a double success, being equally happy in his landscapes and his portraits. The critics were divided. One evening it would appear that within the limits of his art Maurice Durant was the subtlest, the finest exponent of modern womanhood. The next morning he would be told that he had rendered the beauty of the divine visible world more imaginatively, more individually than any living artist, but that as a portrait painter he had yet to find himself. These were the variations on the one familiar theme ; for as to his modernity, which was obvious, they were all agreed. But at last he came across an account of himself which he acknowledged to be more or less consistent and correct. It was the final appreciation, the summing up of a judge who was said to be the only man in England who had a right to his opinion, and this was his opinion of Maurice Durant. " He stands in a unique and interesting position," he said. " On his right hand, the hand he paints with, are the heights unattainable by any but the great artists ; on his left the dizzy verge of popularity. As a matter of fact he is neither popular nor great. His just horror of vulgarity will save him from the abyss, his equal fear of committing himself, of letting himself go, the fear, shall I say, of failure, of the fantastic or ridiculous attitudes a man necessarily assumes in falling from a height, will keep him for ever from the loftier way. It is not that his temperament is naturally timorous and cold. If he is afraid of anything, he is afraid of his own rashness, his own heat. There are about him delicacies and repugnances, a certain carefully cultivated restraint, and a half critical, half imaginative caution which, we submit, is incompatible with greatness in his art. But he has imagination." A little more praise or a little more blame, and he would have suspected himself of genius. As it was, he was content to stand distinguished from the ruck of the popular and the respectable by virtue of that imagination which his critic had allowed to him. He was not a great painter, and he knew it, but he was a brilliantly clever one, and he knew that also, and in the fact and his intimate knowledge of it lay the secret of his success. He kept a cool head on his shoulders, and thus his position and the personal dignity depending on it were secure. He would never tumble from his height through the giddiness of vanity. And when the same high authority kept on assuring the world, on the word of a critic, that Maurice Durant was branded with the curse of cleverness, that he was the victim of his own versatility, and that he had just missed greatness, Maurice merely remarked that he was glad to hear it, for he was sure that greatness would have bored him. Whether it was the same ungovernable terror that restrained him from marrying, or whether he was a friend of too many women to be the lover of one, or whether he really was self-contained and self-sufficient, all this time he had remained single. His singleness had many advantages. It kept him free. It made it easy for him to get about from place to place and obtain an uninterrupted view of the world. It left an open way for his abrupt incalculable movements, his panic flights. And as he had always fled from everything that disturbed and irritated him, so now, in the very middle of an English summer and a London season, he was flying from the sound of his own fame. Not far this time, only from the centre to the verge, from Piccadilly pavement to the south coast. He had hired a small cutter for a month, and lived on board in much physical discomfort and intellectual peace. He hardly knew it by sight, that beautiful full face of his own country. But he was learning to know it as he sailed from the white cliffs to the red, from the red to the grey and black, the iron slopes and precipices of the Land's End. He had just returned from a fortnight's cruise, and was wondering what he would do with the weeks that remained to him, whether he would explore the west coast of England or set sail for the Channel Islands, when he found himself very lazy and very happy, lying at anchor in a certain white-walled harbour in the south of Cornwall. A neighbouring regatta had carried off the fleet of yachts that had their moorings there, and the harbour was dotted with fishing boats, pilot boats, ocean steamers, steam tugs, wherries, and such craft. The little Torch, rocking madly on miniature waves as she played with her chain, was almost alone in her lightness and frivolity. About an hour before midnight Durant woke in his berth, and felt this vivacity of hers increasing. Larger waves lapped her and broke against her sides, but overhead on deck there was no sign of a wind. He got up, climbed the companion ladder, and put his head out over the hatch. A schooner yacht had come in, and lay straining at her cable in the narrow channel between the Torch and a Portsmouth pilot. She had only just put into harbour, for her crew were still busy taking down her sails. As if it were her own movement alone that made her visible, she swayed there, dimly discerned, while she slipped her white canvas like a beauty disrobing in the dark, sail by sail, till she stood naked under a veil of dusk, and the light went up over her bows. A restless thing, that schooner yacht. Her canvas was hardly lowered before it was up again. She had not long lain dreaming, passive to the will of the tide. At sunrise she awoke, and what with her own swinging and vibration, and the voices and trampling of her joyous, red-capped, blue-jerseyed crew, there was no sleep for anyone in her neighbourhood after 3 o'clock. So Durant rolled out of his berth, dressed hastily, and went on deck, eager to see her in her beauty, robed for the morning and the wind. There she was, so near now that he could almost have tipped a rope end down her skylight from the skylight of the Torch, every line of her exquisite body new washed in gold and shivering under the touches of the dawn. She was awake, alive. The life that had still beaten through her dreams in the night, stirred by the drowsy fingering of the harbour tide, was throbbing and thrilling with many pulses as she shook out her streamers to the wind. And now her mainsail went slowly up, and she leapt and shuddered through all her being, passionate as though the will of the wind was her will. Durant stared at her with undisguised admiration. She was a fair size for her kind, and from the sounds that came up through her cabin skylight he judged that she had a party on board. Standing on the deck of the Torch in his light flannels, Durant looked much too long for his own ridiculously tiny cutter. He was so deeply absorbed in spelling out the letters on the yacht's life belts, "Windward," that he was quite unaware that he himself was an object of considerable interest to a lady who had just come on deck. Literally flying as he was from the sound of his own name, he was unprepared to hear it sung out in cheerful greeting. " Mr. Durant !" He started and blinked, unable to recognize the lady of the voice. Assuming that he had once known and since forgotten her, he had raised his cap on the chance. She was trying to say something to him now, but the noise of the struggling sail cut off her words. She turned and seemed to be calling to somebody else. Another lady, whom the sail had hidden from his sight till now, came forward and leaned eagerly over the rail, steadying herself by the shrouds. This lady did not shout his name, but as her eyes met his across the narrow channel she smiled. A smile he could not place or recognize or understand, he could only raise his cap to it blindly as before. She was smiling still, while the first lady laughed, if possible, in a more bewildering manner than before. " Don't you know us ?" She seemed to be whispering across the gulf. He shook his head in desperation, whereupon the second lady gave orders to the men to stop hoisting the mainsail. " If you are Mr. Durant, come on board." This time the voice was distinct in the silence that followed the hoisting of the sail. He knew that lady now. And he knew the other also, though there was nothing but the turn of her head and the black accent over her eyes to remind him of Frida Tancred. End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 15 of the Cosmopolitan, from Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Outward Bound, Chapter 15. Well, is it all that you expected? Does the reality come up to the dream? It does. I never knew a dream that tallied so exactly with the reality. Frida was leaning back in a deck chair, looking at Durant, who sat beside her on the schooner's rail. For 3 days the Windward had sailed up and down the coast of Cornwall. For 3 days the little Torch, with all sails set, wheeled round her moorings or followed her flight. Durant had accepted Miss Tancred's invitation to join them in a week's cruise in English waters. He spent his mornings in his own yacht, his afternoons and evenings on board the schooner. The proposal had been a godsend to him in his state of indecision. After his aimless wanderings, he was exhilarated by this eager challenge and pursuit, absurdly pitting the speed of his own small craft against the swiftness and strength of the larger vessel. But he enjoyed still more sitting on the rail of the Windward and talking to Frida. There was something infinitely soothing in the society of a woman who knew nothing and cared nothing about his fame. He was not the only guest. Besides Miss Chatterton there was Mr. Manby, a little middle-aged gentleman who called himself an artist; Miss Manby, a little middle-aged woman who seemed to be his sister; and 2 little girls with their hair down their backs, his daughters, Eileen and Ermyntrude Manby. Durant was a good deal alone with Frida, for a stiff breeze had kept the artist and his sister much below, and Georgie and the little girls hardly counted. They were alone now. Frida had smiled as she spoke, a smile of intelligence and reminiscence, and he was irresistibly reminded of the first and last occasion when he had discoursed to her about realities. " And what are you going to do with it?" he asked. " With what? With the reality or the dream?" " With both. With life, now you've got it." " Why should I do anything with it? Unless you're talking of moral obligations, which would be very tiresome of you." " I'm not thinking of moral obligations." " What were you thinking of, then?" " I was thinking of you." Frida lay back a little further on her cushion, as if she were withdrawing herself somewhat from his scrutiny. She clasped her hands behind her head, her face was uptilted to the sky. His eyes followed her gaze. Over their heads the wind had piled up a great palace of white clouds. Under the rifted floors the blue sky ran shallow in a faint milky turquoise, while above, between, beyond those aerial roofs and pinnacles and domes, it deepened to lapis lazuli, luminous, transparent, light behind colour and colour behind light. The green earth looked greener under the low-lying shafts of blue and silver. Far off on the sea the shadows of the clouds lay like the stain of spilt red wine. Who was the great man, she asked with apparent irrelevance, who said that women were incapable of a disinterested passion for nature? He knitted his brows. Frida had proved a little disconcerting at times. He had had to begin all over again with her, aware that though ostensibly renewing their old acquaintance, he was actually making a new one, to which faint recognitions and perishing reminiscences gave a bewildering, elusive charm. But Frida remembered many things that he had forgotten, and a certain directness and familiarity born of this superior memory of hers puzzled him and put him out. This time, however, he had a dreamy recollection. "Fancy your remembering that." "I remember everything. At any rate, I remember quite enough to say that you're just the same. You haven't changed a little bit. Except that you don't look as you did the first night I met you." "And how did I look then?" She paused, carefully selecting her phrase. "You looked as if I'd given you a shock. You had expected something different. That dream did not tally with the reality." "How on earth " "How on earth did I know? You may not be aware of it, but you have a very expressive face." "I was not aware of it." Poor Durant. His face was expressive enough now, in all conscience. She held out her hand and laid it on his sleeve, and he remembered how she used to shrink from his touch. "My dear Mr. Durant, don't look like that. It makes my heart bleed. Of course I saw it. I saw everything. I saw your face looking over the banisters as I was going downstairs, when I've no doubt you thought you'd caught sight of a very pretty woman. And I saw it with a very different expression on it when you shook hands and found that the woman wasn't a bit pretty after all. Of course it was a shock to you, and of course I understood. I knew so exactly how you felt, and I was so sincerely sorry for you." "Sorry? I have a distinct recollection of being abominably rude to you that night and unpleasant afterwards. Will you forgive me?" "What? 5 years after the offence? No. I forgave you at the time. I'm not going to do it all over again. What does it matter? It's all so long ago. The funny part of it was that I wasn't a bit annoyed with you. But I was furious with whom do you think?" "I haven't a notion if it wasn't with me." "It was a she, the other lady, the woman I wasn't, the woman you thought I was, my ideal self. Needless to say, my feminine jealousy was such that I could have throttled her. I suppose I did pretty well do for her as it happened. There can be nothing deader than a dead idea." "Don't be too sure. I have known them come to life again." His gaze, that had fallen and was resting on the hem of her blue serge gown, now travelled up the long slender line of her limbs, past the dim curves of her body to the wonder of her face. How marvellously changed she was. She was not only both younger and older than when he had left her 5 years ago. She was another woman. The heaviness had gone from her eyes and forehead, the bitter, determined self-restraint from her mouth and chin. Instead of self-restraint she had acquired that rarer virtue, self-possession. Her lips had softened, had blossomed into the sweet red flower that was part of nature's original design. Her face had grown plastic to her feeling and her thought. She was ripened and freshened by sun and wind, by salt water and salt air. A certain nameless, intangible grace that he had caught once, twice, long ago, and seen no more, was now her abiding charm. The haggard, sallow-faced provincial, with her inscrutable manners and tumultuous heart, had developed into the finished cosmopolitan. She had about her the glory and bloom of the world. For once his artist's instinct had failed him. He had not discovered the promise of her physical beauty, but that he should have ignored the finer possibilities of her soul? If she had really known all that he had thought and felt about her then, had understood and had yet forgiven him, Frida was unlike any other woman in the world. He was not sure that this was not the secret of her charm, the marvellous dexterity of her sympathy, the swiftness with which she precipitated herself into his point of view. It had its drawbacks. It meant that she could see another man's and her own with equal clearness. The sound of voices from a neighbouring cabin, followed by the noise of unskilful footsteps stumbling up a companion ladder, warned them that they were not alone. Mr. Manby appeared on deck with great noise and circumstance, skating, struggling, clutching at impossible supports, being much hampered by a camp stool and a sketching block which he carried, and his own legs which seemed hardly equal to carrying him. Durant had recognized in the little artist a familiar type. A small, nervous man, attired in the usual threadbare grey trousers, the usual seedy velveteen coat and slouch hat, with a great deal of grizzled hair tumbling in the usual disorder about his peaked and peevish face. Durant sprang forward and helped this pitiful figure to find its legs. Not with purely benevolent intentions, he settled it and its belongings in a secure and remote position amidships. " Glad to see you back again," Frida sang out. Mr. Manby screwed up his eyes, put his head very much on one side, and peered into the wild face of nature with a pale propitiatory smile. " Yes, yes, I mustn't neglect my opportunities. Every minute of this weather is invaluable." " It strikes me," said Frida, as Durant established himself beside her again, " that it's you artists whose devotion to nature is well, not altogether disinterested." " Manby's affection seems to be pretty sincere. It stands the test of sea sickness." " Oh, Mr. Manby doesn't really care very much for nature or for art either." " What does he try to paint pictures for, then ?"" He tries to paint them for a living, for himself and the little girls." And Frida looked tenderly at Mr. Manby as she spoke. At that moment Durant hated Mr. Manby with a deadly hatred. He had gone so far as to find a malignant satisfaction in the thought that Mr. Manby's pictures were bad, when he remembered that Frida had a weakness for bad pictures. Art did not appeal to Frida. She talked about Paris and Florence and Rome without a word of the Louvre or the Uffizi Gallery or the Vatican. She didn't care a rap about Raphael or Rubens, but she hampered herself with Manbys. " Is there a Mrs. Manby ?" he asked gloomily. " No. Mrs. Manby died last year." " Humph. Poor devil. Lucky for her, though." Frida ignored the implication. " To go back to the point we were discussing. If you were honest you'd own that you only care for nature because you can make pictures out of it. Now I, on the contrary, have no ulterior motives. I don't want to make anything out of it." " I wasn't talking about nature. I want to know what you are going to make of your life." " There you are again. Why should I make anything of it? You talk as if life were so much raw material to be worked into something that it isn't. To my mind it's beautiful enough as it is. I should spoil it if I tried to make anything of it." He looked at her and he understood. He was a man of talent, some said of genius, but in her there was something greater than that. It was the genius of temperament, an infinite capacity for taking pleasures. To her life was more than mere raw material, it came finished to her hands, because it had lived a long life in her soul. Her dream had tallied. Beside that rich creative impulse, that divine imagination of hers, his own appeared as something imitative and second hand, and his art essentially degraded. He was nothing better than a copyist, the plagiarist of nature. He looked up to where Mr. Manby sat smiling over his sketching block, Mr. Manby surrounded by his admiring family. Mr. Manby did not see them ; he was wrapped in his dream, absorbed in his talent with all its innocent enormities. He at any rate had no misgivings. The little girls, Eileen and Ermyntrude, played about him. They played with blocks and life buoys and cables ; they jumped over coils of rope ; they spun round to leeward till the wind wound their faces and their long hair ; they ran forward, shrieking with happy laughter as they were caught by the showers of spray flung by the yacht's bows. Frida's eyes followed them, and Durant's eyes followed Frida's. " They are seeing the world too, it seems." " Yes. They have caught the fever. But they are young, as you see, they have taken it in time. Some day they'll be tired of wandering, and they'll settle down in a house of their own, over here in England, and be dear little wives and mothers." Eileen and Ermyntrude. By the way, I never know which is Eileen and which is Ermyntrude. And you, will you never be tired of wandering?" She looked at him with the lucid penetrating gaze he knew so well. " Never. I took the fever when I was not young, and it goes harder with you then. There's no hope for me. I shall never be cured." She rose and joined the Manbys. The little girls ran to meet her, they clung to her skirts and danced round her. She put her arm round Ermyntrude the younger, and Durant saw her winding her long fingers in and out of the golden hair, and looking down into the child's face Madonna like, with humid, tender, maternal eyes. He thought of her as the mother of Manby's children, and he hated the little girls. There was a voice at his elbow. "Isn't she splendid?" Miss Chatterton had seated herself in Frida's chair. Her presence brought him instantaneous relief. He had been glad to meet Miss Chatterton again. Not that he would have known her, for time had not dealt very kindly with the young girl. Her face, from overmuch play of expression, showed a few little wrinkles already. Her complexion had suffered the fate of sanguine complexions. It had not gone altogether, but it was going. Fast, the colour was beginning to run. But time had not subdued her extravagant spirits or touched her imperishable mirth. In spite of a lapse of 5 years, she gave him a pleasant sense of continuity. She took him up exactly where she had put him down, on the platform of the little wayside station of Whithorn in Arden. Unlike Frida, Miss Chatterton had not developed. When she began to talk she had the air of merely continuing their last important conversation. "Didn't I tell you how she'd come out if she got her chance?" "You did." "And wasn't I right?" "You were." "But you oughtn't to have needed telling. You ought to have seen it for yourself." "Right again. I ought to have seen it for myself." "He who will not when he may, will live to fight another day." Isn't that how it goes on?" "Yes. I congratulate you on your work." "It isn't my work, Lord bless you. Nor yours either. There I was wrong." "What is it then?" Miss Chatterton stared out over the sea and into the universal air. "Why, it's everything. Of course you did something. So did I. But if it comes to that, the present Mrs. Tancred did more than either of us. We couldn't have married the Colonel." "Then you think that was the reason why she " "I do indeed. She could have had no other. You see, she was awfully fond of Frida. And what's more, she was fond of you." It was his turn to look out over the sea. "What do you think? He has never forgiven her for going away, though it happened to be the very thing he wanted. How's that for inconsistency?" "Has she seen the Colonel since?" "She has. A strange, unaccountable longing to see the Colonel comes over her periodically, like a madness, and she rushes home from the ends of the earth. That's happened 3 times. It's the most erratic and incalculable thing about her. But going home doesn't answer." "I should hardly have thought it would." "Except that she's got the control of more money now. Tell you how it happened. The last time she went home she found the poor little Colonel making his little will. He asked her point blank what she meant to do with the property when he was in his little grave. He must have had an inkling. And Frida, who is honesty itself, said she didn't know, but she rather thought she would sell it and make for the unexplored. Then he was frightened, and made her make a solemn vow never to do anything of the kind. Somehow the property seems to have recovered itself with all she put into it. Anyhow, after that, it managed to disgorge another 1,000 a year. So Frida's more independent than ever." Durant made an impatient movement that nearly sent him overboard to the bottom of the sea, where indeed he wished that Frida Tancred's thousands were lying. Georgie noticed the movement and blushed for the first time in their acquaintance. "Just look at those children," said she. "They simply adore Frida. It's odd, but she's got the most curious power of making people adore her. I don't know what she does to them, but waiters, policemen, porters, custom house officers, they're all the same. The people in the hotels we stayed in adored her. So did the Arabs up the Nile and the Sudanese in the desert. So did the Kaffirs on the veldt and the coolies that carried her up the Himalayas. And she's no light weight, is Frida." Georgie paused while her fancy followed Frida in delightful retrospect. Durant said nothing. He sat waiting for her to go on. She went on. "Women, too. I've seen them hanging about draughty corridors for hours on the off chance of seeing her. There was a dreadful girl we knew in Paris who used to grovel on her doormat and weep because she said Frida wouldn't speak to her. Frida loathed her, but she was awfully nice to her till one day when she tripped over her on the mat. Then she wasn't nice to her at all. She hauled her up by the belt and told her to get up and go away and never make such a fool of herself again." Georgie cast at Durant a look that said, "That's how our Frida deals with obstructives." "And where was all this remarkable fascination 5 years ago?" It was there all right enough, lying dormant, you know. I felt it. Mrs. Fazakerly felt it. That's why she married the Colonel. You felt it." "I didn't." "Excuse me, you did. That's why you stayed 3 weeks at Coton Manor when you needn't have stopped 3 days. As for Mr. Manby there, he simply worships the ground she treads on, as they say." "The devil he does! What's he doing here?" "As you see, he's painting pictures as hard as ever he can go. He paints them in order to live, but as he has to live in order to paint, Frida well, between you and me, Frida keeps him and Eileen and Ermyntrude, the whole family, in short. But that's a detail. It isn't offered as any explanation of the charm. I don't believe that anybody ever realizes that Frida has money." He could believe that. He had never realized it himself. Her enjoyment of life was so finished an art that it kept its machinery well out of sight. "Frida," Georgie serenely continued, "has a weakness for landscape painters. The memory of her mother, no doubt." "Don't they bore her?" "No. It takes a great deal to bore Frida naturally, after the Colonel. Besides, she doesn't give them the chance. Nobody ever gets what you may call a hold on Frida. There's so much more of her than they can grasp. And there are at least 3 sides of her by which she's unapproachable. One of them's her liberty. If you or I or the little Manby man were to take liberties with her liberty, Frida would What would Frida do? She would drop us down very gently at the nearest port and make for the unexplored. And yet, I don't know. That's the lovely and fascinating thing about Frida, that you never do know. End of Part Two, Chapter 15. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Chapter 16 of the Cosmopolitan, from Two Sides of a Question, by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Outward Bound, Chapter 16. The fortnight's cruise was at an end. The Torch had gone back to her owners without Durant, who had contrived to stay on board the Windward till the latest possible moment. The yacht was lying to outside the same white-walled harbour where she had first found Durant. She wheeled aimlessly about with slackened sails, swaying, balancing, hovering, like a bird on the wing, imperious and restless, waiting for the return of the boat that was to take Durant on shore. It had only just put off with the first load of guests, the Manbys, under Georgie Chatterton's escort. As Durant watched it diminishing and vanishing, he thought of how Georgie had described their hostess's method of dealing with exacting friends. She was dropping them, very gently, at the nearest port. Poor Manby, and it would be his own turn next. And yet Georgie had said, "You never know." He must and would know. At any rate, he would take his chance. Meanwhile, he had a whole hour before him to find out in. For the crew had commissions in the town. That hour was Frida's and his own. The 2 weeks had gone he knew not how, and yet he had taken count of the procession of the days. Days of cloud, when under a drenching mist the land was sodden into the likeness of the sea stilled into a leaden image of the land, days of rain, when the wet decks shone like amber, and the sea's face was smoothed out and pitted by the showers, days of sun, when they went with every sail spread over a warm, quivering sea, whose ripples bore the shivered reflections of the sky in so many blue flames that leapt and danced with the Windward in her course; days of wind, when the channel was a race of tumultuous waves, green hearted, silver lipped, swelling and breaking and swelling, and flowering into foam; days when the yacht careened over with steep decks, laid between wind and water, flush with the foam, driven by the wind as by her soul; days when Durant and Frida, who delighted in rough weather, sat out together on deck alone. They knew every sound of that marvellous world, sounds of the calm, of water lapping against the yacht's side, the tender half audible caress of the sea; sounds of the coming gale, more seen than heard, more felt than seen; the deep, long drawn shudder of the sea when the wind's path is as the rain's path; and that sound, the song of her soul, the keen, high, exultant song that the wind sings, playing on her shrouds as on a many stringed instrument. The boat, in her unrest, rolling, tossing, wheeling and flying, was herself so alive, so one with the moving wind and water, and withal so slight a shell for the humanity within her, that she had brought them, the man and the woman, nearer and nearer to the heart of being. They touched through her the deep elemental forces of the world. The sea had joined what the land had kept asunder. At this last hour of Durant's last day they were drifting rather than sailing past a sunken shore, a fringe of grey slate, battered by the tide and broken into thin layers, with edges keen as knives. Above it low woods of dwarf oaks stretched northwards, grey and phantasmal as the shore, stunted and tortured into writhing unearthly shapes by the violence of storms. For here and now the sea had its way. It had taken on reality, and earth was the phantom, the vanishing, the vague. They had been pacing the deck together for some minutes, but at last they stood still, looking landwards. Durant sighed heavily, and then he spoke. " Frida, you know what I am going to say." They turned and faced each other. In the man's eyes there was a cloud, in the woman's a light of wonder and of terror. She smiled bravely through her fear. " Yes, I know what you are going to say. But I don't know "" What don't you know ?"" I don't know what you mean." " You don't know what I mean ?"" I know you are going to say you love me, and you had better not, for I don't know what that means. The thing you call love was left out of my composition. Some women are born like that." " I don't believe it. It's only your way of saying that you don't care for me." " I like you. I always have liked you. I'll go farther. If I ever loved any man it would be you." " The fact remains that it isn't." " It isn't, and it never will be. But you may be very certain that it never will be any one else." " Tell me one thing. Was there ever a time when it might have been?" " That isn't fair. I can't answer that question." " You can. Think. Was there ever a time, no matter how short, the fraction of a minute, when if I'd only had the sense, if I had only known "" Are you sure you didn't know ? I was afraid you did." " Then you really mean it ? That if I'd only asked you then "" Oh, thank Heaven you did not." " Why are you thanking Heaven ?"" Because I can't be sure, but I might have taken you at your word." " And why not ?"" I would have made a great mistake. The same mistake that you are making now." " Mistake ?"" You mistook the idea for the reality once, if you remember, and now aren't you mistaking the reality for the idea?" " Frida, you are too subtle. You are the most exasperating woman in the world." " There, you see, that's the sort of thing we should always be saying to each other if I let you have your way. But supposing you did have it. If we were married we could not understand each other better than we do, so we should not be one bit better off. By this time we should have got beyond the phase we started with." " But we should have had it." " Yes, and found ourselves precisely where we are now." " Where we were yesterday, you mean." " Yes. We were good enough friends yesterday." " And what are we to day ? Enemies ?" She smiled sadly. " It looks like it. At any rate we seem to have some difficulty in understanding each other." " Good God, how coolly you talk about it. Understanding? Do you never feel has it never even occurred to you that I can feel ? Have you any notion what it is to be made of flesh and blood and nerves, and to have to stay here squeezed up in this confounded boat where I can't get away from you?" " You can get away in 3/4 of an hour, and meanwhile, if you like, you can go below." " If I did go below I should still feel you walking over my head. I should hear you breathe. And now to look at you and touch you, and know all the time that something sticks between us." He stopped and looked before him. It was true that the sea had brought them together. Amid the demonic triumph and jubilation of the power that claimed them for its own, they, the man and the woman, had been thrown on each other, they had looked into each other's eyes, spirit to spirit, the divine thing struggling blind and uncertain in nature's tangled mesh. But now, so near, on the verge of the intangible, the divine, it came over Durant that after all it was this, their common nature, their flesh and blood, that was the barrier. It merged them with the world on every side, but it hedged them in and hid them from each other. " As you know, we're the best friends in the world. There's only one thing that sticks between us the eternal difference in our points of view." " I was perfectly right. Why couldn't I trust my first impressions? I thought you frigid and lucid and inhuman." "Inhuman?" "Well, not a bit like a woman." "My dear Maurice, you are very like a man." "There's something about you " "Really. What is it, do you think?" "Oh, nothing. A slight defect, that's all. It must be as you say, and as I always thought, that you are incapable of feeling or understanding feeling. I repeat, there's something about you." "Ah, Maurice, if you want the truth, there's something about you. I always knew, I felt that it was in you, though I wouldn't own that it was there. Now I am sure. You've been doing your best to make me sure." "What have I made you sure of?" "Sure that you are incapable, not of loving, perhaps, but of loving a certain kind of woman the way she wants to be loved. You can't help it. As I said before, it is the difference in the point of view. We should get no nearer if we talked till doomsday." "My point of view, as you call it, has entirely changed." "No, it is I who have changed. Your point of view is and always will be the same." He tried hard to understand. "Does it come to this, that if I had loved you then, you would have loved me now?" "You couldn't have loved me then. You were not that sort." He understood her meaning, and it maddened him. "It wasn't my fault. How the devil was I to see?" "Exactly, how were you? There are some things which you can't see. You can see everything you can paint, and as you are a very clever artist, I daresay you can paint most things you can see." "What has that got to do with it?" "Everything. It's your way all through. You love me because what you see of me is changed. And yet all that time I was the same woman I am now. I am the same woman I was then." "But I am not the same man." "The very same. You have not changed at all." She meant that he was deficient in that spiritual imagination which was her special power. She meant that she had perceived the implicit baseness of his earlier attitude as a man to her as a woman who had had no power to touch his senses. It was, as she had said, the difference in their points of view. Hers had condemned him for ever to the sensual and the seen. He stood ashamed before her. Yet, as if she had divined his shame and measured the anguish of it and repented her, she laid her hand on his arm. "Maurice, it isn't entirely so. I have been horribly unjust." "Not you. You are justice incarnate. If I had loved you then " "You couldn't have loved me then." "So you have just told me." "You had good cause. I was not and could not be then whatever it is that you love now." "But I might have seen." "Seen? Seen? That's it. There was nothing to see." Her eyes, in her pity for him, filled with tears, tears that in his anger he could not understand. "Why are you always reminding me of what I was 5 years ago? I have changed. Can't a man change if you give him 5 years to do it in?" "Perhaps. It's a long time." "Time? It's an eternity. If I was a brute to you, do you suppose the consciousness of my brutality isn't a far worse punishment than anything I could have made you feel?" She raised her eyebrows. "What? Have you been suffering all this time, this eternity?" "Yes. That is, I'm suffering enough now." "Then perhaps you have some idea of what you made me feel." "Again?" "It's the first time I've reproached you with it, even in my thoughts." He looked at her with unbelieving eyes. And yet he knew that it was true. Her sweetness, her lucidity, had been proof against the supreme provocation. She had forgiven, if she had not forgotten, the insult that no woman remembers and forgives. As his eyes wandered, the hand that had lain so lightly on his arm gripped it to command his attention, and he trembled through all his being. But she no longer shrank from him. She kept her hold. She tightened it, insisting. "Oh, Maurice, haven't I told you that I understood?" He smiled. "Yes, thank God I can always appeal to your understanding, if I can't get at your heart. Supposing I didn't care for you then? Supposing I was too stupid to see what you were? Is 5 years, though it may be eternity, so long a time to learn to know you in? You take a great deal of learning, Frida. You are very difficult. There's so much more of you than any man can grasp. But you are the only woman I ever cared to know. I believe you have 1,000 sides to you, and every one I can see, appeals to me. There's no end to the interest. Whatever I see or don't see, I always find something more, and I never could be tired of looking." She sighed and was silent. "And you blame me because I couldn't see all this at once? Because it took me 5 years to love you? Remember, you were very cautious. You wouldn't let me see more than a bit at a time. But I love every bit of you, heart and soul, and body and brain. I love you as I never could love any other woman in the world. The world, Frida," he added, pointing the hackneyed phrase. "You are the world." They had never stopped pacing the deck together as they talked, turn after turn, alike and yet unlike in their eagerness and unrest. Now they stood still. Far off they could see the returning boat, a speck at the mouth of the harbour, and they knew that their time was short. "Maurice," she said, "before you go I have a confession to make. I wasn't quite honest with you just now when I said I only liked you 5 years ago. I know very well that I loved you. The world has taught me so much." The world. He frowned angrily as she said it. But through all his anger he admired the reckless nobility of soul that had urged her to that last admission, by way of softening the pangs and penalties she dealt to him. Would any other woman have confessed as much to the man who had once despised her, and now found himself in her power? She went on. "I thought you might like to know it. I've gone far enough, perhaps, but I'll go farther still. I believe I would give the world to be able to love you now." "Frida, if you can go as far as that " "I can go no farther. No, Maurice, not one step." "You can. I believe even now I could make you love me." "No. You see, women in my position, my unfortunate position, want to be loved for themselves." "I do love you for yourself. Do you doubt that too?" "I do not doubt it. I am quite sure of it. That's where it is. I know you love me for myself, and so many men have loved me, not for myself. Do you suppose that doesn't touch me? If anything could make me love you, that would. And since it doesn't " The inference was obvious. "Is it because you can't give up your life?" "It is, partly. And yet I might do that. I did it once." "You did indeed. I can't conceive how you, being you, lived the life you did." "I owed it. It was the price of my freedom." Her freedom. No wonder that she valued it, if she had paid that price. She went on dreamily, as if speaking more to herself than to him. "To have power over your life, to do what you like with it, take it up or throw it down, to fling it away if that seems the best thing to do. You're not fit to take up your life if you haven't the strength to put it down too." "Frida, if you were my wife you wouldn't have to put it down. I'm not asking you to give up the world for me. I'm not even asking you to give up one day of your life. Your life would be exactly what it is now, plus one thing. You'll say, what can I give you that you haven't got? I can give you what you've never had. You don't know what a man's love is and can be, and you must own that without that knowledge your experience, even as experience, is not quite as complete as it might be." The boat that was to take him to the shore was getting nearer. It was his last chance. And while he staked everything on that chance, he thought of Frida as he had first seen her, as she sat tragically at the whist table at Coton Manor, dealing out the cards with deft and supple fingers. Now she was dealing out his fate. He remembered how she had said, "Mr. Durant wins because he doesn't care about the game." Because he cared so supremely, was he going to lose? There were so many things in Frida that he had not reckoned with. She was an extraordinary mixture of impulse and reserve, and she had astonished him more than once by her readiness to give herself away. But beyond a certain point, the point of view in fact, her self-possession was complete. Still, he left no argument untried, for there was no knowing what undiscovered spring he might chance to touch in that rich and subtle nature. Her self-possession was absolute. She parried his probe with a thrust. "It is your own fault if my experience isn't complete. You should have told me these things 5 years ago. As you say, nobody else has instructed me since." "I daresay they've done their best. Of course other men have loved you." "They haven't. But I believe my love would be worth more to you than theirs, for the simple reason that I understand you too well to insist on it. I should always know how much and how little you wanted. For we are rather alike in some ways. I would leave you free." "I know you would. I am sure. And I would so gladly. But I can't. You see, Maurice, I have loved you." "All the more reason." "All the less. I knew what you thought and felt about me, and it made no difference. I loved you just the same because I understood. Then I had to fight it. It was hard work, but I did it very thoroughly. It will never have to be done again. Do you see?" Yes, he saw very plainly. If Frida could not love him, there was nobody but himself to blame. He also saw the advantage she had given him. She had owned that she had loved him, and he had hardly realized the full force of the pluperfect. What had been might be again. She was a woman in whom the primordial passion, once awakened, is eternal. He pressed his advantage home. "And why had you to fight so hard?" "Because the thing was stronger than myself, and I wouldn't be beaten. Because I hated myself for caring for you, as I hate myself now for not caring." In her blind pity she laid her fingers on his trembling hand. She who used to drop his hand as if it had been flame, she should have known better than to touch him now. He looked at her with hot, hungry eyes. His brain in its feverish intensity took note of trifles, the tortuous pattern of the braid on her gown, the gold sleeve links at her wrists, the specks of brine that glistened on her temples under the wind-woven strands of her black hair. It recorded these things and remembered them afterwards. And all the time the boat came nearer, and the slow, steady stroke of the oars measured his hour by minutes, till the sweat, sprung from the labour and passion of his nerves, stood out in beads on his forehead. He looked at her, and her beauty, the beauty born of her freedom and abounding life, the beauty he worshipped, was implacable. The divinity in it remained untouched by his desire. "You needn't care," he said desperately. "I'm not asking you to care. I'm not asking you to give me your love, but only to take mine." She smiled. "I'm not so dishonest as to borrow what I can't repay." His voice was monotonous in its iteration. "I'm not talking about repayment. I'll risk that. I don't want you to borrow it. I want you to take it, keep it, spend it any way you like, and throw it away when you can't do anything more with it." "And never return it? Ah, my friend, we can't do these things." She dropped into the deck chair, exhausted with the discussion. Her brow was heavy with thought. She was still racking her brains to find some argument that would appease him. "I loved you, yes. And in my own way I love you now, if you could only be content with my way." "Haven't you told me that your way is not my way?" "Yes. And I've done worse than that. I've been talking to you as if you had made me suffer tortures, as if you had brought me all the pain of existence instead of all the pleasure. If you only knew. There's nothing I've been enjoying all these 5 years that I don't owe to you and nobody else. You were very good to me even at the first. And afterwards, well, I believe I love life as few women can love it, and it came to me through you. Do you think I can ever forget that? Forget what I owe you? You stood by me and showed me the way out. You stood by me and opened the door of the world." To stand by and open the door for her, it was all he was good for. In other words, she had made use of him. Well, had he not proposed to make use of her? After all, in what did his view of her differ from the Colonel's, which he abominated? All along, from the very first, it had been the old theory of the woman for the man. Frida for the Colonel's use, for his Durant's amusement, and now for his possession. Under all its disguises it was only an exalted form of the tyranny of sex. And Frida was making him see that there was another way of looking at it, that a woman, like nature, like life, may be an end in herself, to be loved for herself, not for what he could make out of her. "I am a woman of the world, a worldly woman if you like. I love the world better than any one in it. And I'm a sort of pantheist, I suppose, I worship the world. But you will always be a part of the world I love and worship. I could not keep you out of it if I would." The exultation in her tone provoked his laughter. "Heaven bless you. That's only a nice way of saying that I'm done for. He is made one with nature, there is heard His voice in all her music, from the moan Of thunder to the song of night's sweet bird." "You have made a clean sweep of me and my personal immortality." The splash of the oars sounded nearer. They could hear the voices of the crew. The boat, lightened of her first load, was returning with horrible rapidity. It came dancing towards them in its malignant glee, and they sat facing each other for the last time, tongue-tied. They had paced the deck together again. One more turn for the last time. Durant was silent. Her confession was still ringing in his ears, but it rang confusedly. It left his reason as unconvinced as his heart was unsatisfied. She had loved him, and not in her way, as she called it, but in his. And that was a mystery. He felt that if he could account for it he would have grasped the clue, the key of the position. Whatever she might say, these things were more than subtleties of the pure reason, they were matters of the heart. He was still building a hope beyond the ruins of hope. "Frida," he said at last, "you are a wonderful woman, so I can believe that you loved me. But seeing what I was and what you knew about me, I wonder why." Louder and nearer they heard the stroke of the oars measuring the minutes. Frida's eyes were fixed on the boat as she answered. "Why? Ah, Maurice, how many times have I asked myself that question? Why does any woman love any man? As far as I can see, in 900 cases out of 1,000, a woman is unhappy because she loves. In the 1,000th case she loves because she is unhappy." The boat had arrived. The oars knocked against the yacht's side with a light shock. Durant's hour was at an end. Frida held out her hand. He hardly touched it, hardly raised his eyes to her as she said, "Good bye." But on the last step of the gangway he turned and looked at her, the woman in 1,000. She was not unhappy. End of Part 2, Chapter 16. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 17 of the Cosmopolitan, from Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Outward Bound, Chapter 17. Frida had played high, and yet she had won the game of life. That dangerous game which most women playing single handed are bound to lose. She had won, but whether by apathy or care, by skill or divine chance, he could not tell. As to himself he was very certain. When he might have won her he did not care to win. Now that he had lost her he would always care. That was just his way. Alone in the little hotel that looked over the harbour, left to the tyrannous company of his own thoughts, he made a desperate effort to understand her, to accept her point of view, to be, as she was, comprehensive and generous and just. He believed every word she had ever said to him, for she was truth itself. He believed her when she said that she had loved him, that she loved him still. Of course she loved him, but how? They say that passion in a pure woman is first lit at the light of the ideal, and burns downwards from spirit to earth. But Frida's had shot up full flamed from the dark, kindled at the hot heart of nature. Thence it had taken to itself wings and flown to the ideal, and for its insatiable longing there was no ideal but the whole. Other women before Frida had loved the world too well, but for them the world meant nothing but their own part and place in it. For Frida it meant nothing short of the divine cosmos. Impossible to fix her part and place in it. The woman was so merged with the object of her desire. He, Maurice Durant, was, as she had said, a part of that world, but he was not the whole. He was not even the half, that half which for most women is more than the whole. From the first he had been to her the symbol of a reality greater than himself. She loved not him, but the world in him. And thus her love, like his own art, had missed the touch of greatness. It was neither the joy nor the tragedy of her life, but its one illuminating episode. Or rather, it was the lyrical prologue to the grand drama of existence. He did her justice. It was not that she was changeable or capricious, or that her love was weak. On the contrary, its very nature was to grow out of all bounds of sex and mood and circumstance. Its progress had been from Maurice Durant outward, from Maurice, as the innermost kernel and heart of the world, to the dim verge, the uttermost margin of the world, and that by a million radiating paths. It was not that she left Maurice behind her, for all those million paths led back to him, the man was the centre of her universe. But then the centre is infinitely small compared with the circumference. He saw himself diminished to a mathematical point in this cosmopolitan's cosmos. For Frida he had ceased to have any objective existence. He was an intellectual quantity, what the Colonel would have called an abstraction. There was nothing for him to do but to accept the transcendent position. Thus through all the tension of his soul his intellect still struggled for comprehension. Meanwhile, from his window looking over the white-walled harbour, he could see the Windward with all her sails spread, outward bound. He watched her till there was nothing to be seen but her flying sails, till the sails were one white wing on a dim violet sea, till the white wing was a grey dot, indistinct on the margin of the world. End of Part 2, Chapter 17. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 18 of the Cosmopolitan. From Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Outward Bound. Chapter 18. He cared immensely. But not to come behind her in generosity and comprehension, he owned that he had no right to complain because this remarkable woman loved the world better than one man, even if that man happened to be himself. In fact, while his heart revolted against it, his pure intellect admired her attitude, for the world is a greater thing than any man in it. Now and again letters reached him across seas and continents, letters with strange, outlandish postmarks, wonderful, graphic, triumphant letters, which showed him plainly though unintentionally that Frida Tancred was still on the winning side, that she could do without him. Across seas and continents he watched her career with a sad and cynical sympathy, as a man naturally watches a woman who triumphs where he has failed. Meanwhile he lived on her letters, long and expansive, or short and to the point. They proved a stimulating diet. They had so much of her full-blooded personality in them. His own grew shorter and more to the point, till at last he wrote, "Delightful. Only tell me when you've had enough of it." The answer to that came bounding, as it were, from the other side of the Atlantic. "Not yet. I shall never have enough of it. I've only been seeing the world, only travelling from point to point along an infinite surface, and there's no satisfaction in that. I'm not tired. Not tired, Maurice, remember. I don't want to stop. I want to strike down deeper. It doesn't matter what point you take, so long as you strike down. Just at present I'm off for India." Her postscript said, "If you ever hear of me doing queer things, remember they were all in the day's pleasure or the day's work." He remembered that Frida was only 35, which was young for Frida, and he said to himself, "It is all very well now, but what will she be in another 3 years? I will give her another 3 years. By that time she will be tired of the world, or the world will be tired of her, which comes to the same thing, and her heart, for she has a heart, will find her out. With Frida you never know. I will wait and see." He waited. The 3 years passed. He saw nothing, and he had ceased to hear. He concluded that Frida still loved the world. As if in a passionate resentment against the rival that had fascinated and won her, he had left off wandering, and had buried himself in an obscure Cornish village, where he gave himself up to his work. He was not quite so successful as he had been; on the other hand, he cared less than ever about success. It was the end of the century, a century that had been forced by the contemplation of such realities as plague and famine, and war and rumours of war, to forego and forget the melancholy art of its decadence. And from other causes Durant had fallen into a state of extreme dissatisfaction with himself. 5 years ago he had found himself, as they said. Found himself out, he said, when at the age of 33 he condemned himself and his art as more decadent than the decadents. Frida Tancred had shown insight when she reproached him with his inability to see anything that he could not paint, or to paint anything that he could not see. She had shown him the vanity of the sensuous aspect. She had forced him to love the intangible, the unseen, till he had almost come to believe that it was all he loved. The woman lived for him in her divine form, as his imagination had first seen her, as an idea, an eternal dream. It was as if he could see nothing and paint nothing else. And when a clever, versatile artist of Durant's type flings himself away in a mad struggle to give form and colour to the invisible, It is not to be wondered at if the world is puzzled and fights shy of him. Meanwhile, the critic who had a right to his opinion said of him, "Now that he has thrown the reins on the back of his imagination, it will carry him far. 10 years hence the world will realize that Maurice Durant is a great painter. But in those 10 years he must work hard." As if to show how little he cared, he left off working hard, and bestirred himself for news of Frida Tancred. It came at last, from Poona of all places. Frida wrote in high spirits and at length. "I like writing to you," she said, "because I can say what I like, because you always know, you've been there." "Where?" "Oh, everywhere where I've been, except Whithorn and Arden. And now I come to think of it, you were there too, for a fortnight." "3 weeks. 3 long weeks. And for your sake, Frida." "No, I'm not coming home. Why must I stop somewhere? I can't stop, didn't I tell you? I can only strike down where it's deepest." "It seems to be pretty deep here. If I could only understand these people. But what European can? They mean something we don't mean. You should see my Munshi, a terrifically high caste fellow with a diminutive figure and unfathomable eyes. I am trying to learn Sanskrit, he is trying to teach me. We sit opposite each other at a bamboo table with an immense Sanskrit dictionary between us. He smiles in his sleeve at my attempt to bridge the gulf between Europe and Asia with a Sanskrit dictionary. He is always smiling at me in his sleeve. I know it, and he knows that I know it, which endears me to him very much. My Munshi is a bottomless well of Western wisdom. He takes anything that Europe can give him, art, literature, science, metaphysics. He absorbs it all, and heaven only knows what he is going to do with it, or it with him. He swallows it as a juggler swallows fire, and with about as much serious intention of assimilating it. That smile of his intimates that the things that matter to us do not matter to him, that nothing matters, neither will nor conscience, nor pain nor passion, nor man nor woman, nor life nor death. There's an attitude for you. That attitude is my Munshi, and my Munshi is Asia. He smiled. He had seen Frida in many attitudes, Frida in love with nothing, Frida in love with a person, Frida in love with a thing. Here was Frida in love with an idea. It was just like her. She was seeing Asia from the Asiatic point of view. "Meanwhile," she went on, "there's a greater gulf fixed between my Munshi and my rickshaw coolie than there is between me and my rickshaw coolie, or my Munshi and me." He wondered if she meant to remind him that there was a still greater gulf between him and her. "Tomorrow I and 2 coolies are going up to Gujerat where the famine is." I enclose a snapshot of the party. My effacement by the coolie is merely a photographic freak. His grin is the broadest part of him, poor fellow. In the autumn I go down to Bombay. I am deep in bacteriology, which reminds me of father and the first time I met you, and your bad puns. The snapshot was an unflattering likeness of Frida in a rickshaw. The foreground was filled by the figure of the grinning coolie. Behind him Frida's face showed dim and small and far off. She was smiling with the sun in her eyes. Such as it was, he treasured it as his dearest possession. He had been painting pictures all his life, but he had none of Frida. Silence again. "In the autumn," she had said, "I go down to Bombay." But the autumn passed and there was no news of her. Durant provided himself with an Indian outfit. He was going out to look for her. He was ready to go to the ends of the world to find her. "The day after to morrow," he said, "I shall start for Bombay." That night he dreamed of her, or rather not of her, but of a coolie who stood before the door of a wayside bungalow and held in his hands shafts that were not the shafts of a rickshaw. And the coolie's face was all one broad grin. 2 days later, the day he was to have sailed for India, hurriedly skimming a column of the Times, he came upon the news he was looking for. "It is with much regret that we record the death from bubonic plague of Miss Frida Tancred. It was quite recently that this lady gave up a large part of her fortune to founding the bacteriological laboratory in Bombay. More recently still that she distinguished herself by her services to the famine-stricken population of Gujerat. Miss Tancred has added to the immense debt our Indian Empire owes her by this final example of heroic self-sacrifice. It is said that she contracted plague while nursing one of her coolies, who has since recovered." He bowed his head. It was not grief he felt, but a savage, exultant joy. The world could have no more of her. She was his in some inviolable, irrevocable way. He knew. He understood her now, clearly and completely. His joy deepened to a passionless spiritual content, as if in the fullness of his knowledge he had embraced the immortal part of her. Why had he not understood her long ago? She had never changed. As he had first seen her, playing cards with her father in the drawing room at Coton Manor, as he had last seen her, pacing the deck of the Windward, intoxicated with her freedom, as he saw her now, bending her head over the plague-poisoned body of the coolie, she was the same tender, resolute, passionate Frida who ruined her life and glorified it, laid it down and took it up again at her will. And as he saw, would always see her, in this new light of her death, she was smiling, as if she defied him to see anything pathetic in it. She had loved the world, the mystic, maddening beauty of it, the divine darkness and glory of it. She had taken to her heart the rapture and the pain of it. She had stretched out her hands to the unexplored, to the unchanged and changing, the many-faced, incomprehensible, finite, infinite whole. And she had flung it all up, for what? For a rickshaw coolie's life? Or for something yet beyond? End of the Cosmopolitan, from Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1 of Superseded, from Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1, Prologue. Miss Quincey stops the way. "Stand back, Miss Quincey, if you please." The school was filing out along the main corridor of St. Sidwell's. It came with a tramp and a rustle and a hiss and a tramp, urged to a trot by the excited teachers. The first division first, half woman, carrying itself smoothly, with a swish of its long skirts, with a blush, a dreamy, intellectual smile, or a steadfast, impenetrable air, as it happened to be more or less conscious of the presence of the head. Then the second division, light-hearted, irrepressible, making a noise with its feet, loose hair flapping, pigtails flopping to the beat of its march. Then the straggling, diminishing lines of the third, a froth of white pinafores, a confusion of legs, black or tan, staggering, shifting, shuffling in a frantic effort to keep time. On it came in a waving stream, a stream that flickered with innumerable eyes, a stream that rippled with the wind of its own flowing, that flushed and paled and brightened as some flower face was tossed upwards, or some crest, flame-colored or golden, flung back the light. A stream that was one in its rhythm and in the sex that was its soul, obscurely or luminously feminine. It might have been a single living thing that throbbed and undulated as girl after girl gave out the radiance and pulsation of her youth. The effect was overpowering. Your senses judged St. Sidwell's by these brilliant types that gave life and colour to the stream. The rest were nowhere. So at least it seemed to Miss Cursiter, the head. That tall, lean, iron grey dignity stood at the cross junction of two corridors, talking to Miss Rhoda Vivian, the new classical mistress. And while she talked she watched her girls as a general watches his columns wheeling into action. A dangerous spot, that meeting of the corridors. There the procession doubles the corner at a swinging curve, and there, time it as she would, the little arithmetic teacher was doomed to fall foul of the procession. Daily Miss Quincey thought to dodge the line, daily it caught her at the disastrous corner. Then Miss Quincey, desperate under the eye of the head, would try to rush the thing with ridiculous results. And fate or the order of the day contrived that Miss Cursiter should always be there to witness her confusion. Nothing escaped Miss Cursiter. If her face grew tender for the young girls and the 8-year-olds, at the sight of Miss Quincey it stiffened into tolerance, cynically braced to bear. Miss Cursiter had an eye for magnificence of effect, and the unseemly impact of Miss Quincey was apt to throw the lines into disorder, demoralizing the younger units and ruining the spectacle as a whole. To-day it made the new classical mistress smile, and somehow that smile annoyed Miss Cursiter. She, Miss Quincey, was a little dry brown woman with a soft pinched mouth and a dejected nose. So small and insignificant was she that she might have crept along for ever unnoticed but for her punctuality and obstruction. As St. Sidwell's prided itself on the brilliance and efficiency of its staff, the wonder was how Miss Quincey came to be there. But there she had been for 25 years. She seemed to have stiffened into her place. 25 years ago she had been arithmetic teacher, vaguely attached to the second division, and she was arithmetic teacher still. Miss Quincey was going on for 50, she had outlived the old head, and now she was the oldest teacher there, twice as old as Miss Vivian, the new classical mistress, older, far older than Miss Cursiter. She had found her way into St. Sidwell's, not because she was brilliant or efficient, but because her younger sister Louisa already held an important post there. Louisa was brilliant and efficient enough for anybody, so brilliant and so efficient that the glory of it rested on her family. And when she married the Greek master and went away Juliana stayed on as a matter of course, wearing a second-hand aureole of scholarship and supporting a tradition. She stayed on and taught arithmetic for one thing. And when she was not teaching arithmetic she was giving little dictations, setting little themes, controlling some 50 young and very free translators of Le Philosophe sous les toits. Miss Quincey had a passion for figures and for everything that could be expressed in figures. Not a pure passion, nothing to do with the higher mathematics, which is the love of the soul, but an affection sadly alloyed with baser matter, with rods and perches, firkins and hogsheads, and articles out of the grocer's shop. Among these objects Miss Quincey's imagination ran voluptuous riot, but upon such things as history or poetry she had a somewhat blighting influence. The flowers in the school anthology withered under her fingers, and the flesh and blood of heroes crumbled into the dust of dates. As for the philosopher under the roofs, who he was, and what was his philosophy, and how he ever came to be under the roofs at all, nobody in St. Sidwell's ever knew or ever cared to know. Miss Quincey had made him eternally uninteresting. Yet Miss Quincey's strength was in her limitations. It was the strength of unreasoning but undying conviction. Nothing could shake her belief in the supreme importance of arithmetic and the majesty of its elementary rules. Pale and persistent and intolerably meek, she hammered hard facts into the brain with a sort of muffled stroke, hammered till the hardest stuck by reason of their hardness, for she was a teacher of the old school. Thus in her own way she made her mark. Among the other ciphers the irrelevant and insignificant figure of Miss Quincey was indelibly engraved on many an immortal soul. There was a curious persistency about Miss Quincey. Miss Quincey was not exactly popular. The younger teachers pronounced her cut and dried, for dryness conscientiously acquired passed for her natural condition. Nobody knew that it cost her much effort and industry to be so stiff and starched, that the starch had to be put on fresh every morning, that it was quite a business getting up her limp little personality for the day. In 25 years, owing to an incurable malady of shyness, she had never made friends with any of her pupils. Her one exception proved her rule. Miss Quincey seemed to have gone out of her way to attract that odious little Laura Lazarus, who was known at St. Sidwell's as the Mad Hatter. At 14, being still incapable of adding 2 and 2 together, the Mad Hatter had been told off into an idiot's class by herself for arithmetic, and Miss Quincey, because she was so meek and patient and persistent, was told off to teach her. The child, a queer, ugly little pariah, half Jew, half Cockney, held all other girls in abhorrence, and was avoided by them with an equal loathing. She seemed to have attached herself to the unpopular teacher out of sheer perversity and malignant contempt of public opinion. Abandoned in their corner, with their heads bent together over the sums, the two outsiders clung to each other in a common misery and isolation. Miss Quincey was well aware that she was of no account at St. Sidwell's. She supposed that it was because she had never taken her degree. To be sure she had never tried to take it, but it was by no means certain that she could have taken it if she had tried. She was not clever. Louisa had carried off all the brains and the honours of the family. It had been considered unnecessary for Juliana to develop an individuality of her own. Enough for her that she belonged to Louisa and was known as Louisa's sister. Louisa's sister was a part of Louisa. Louisa was a part of St. Sidwell's College, Regent's Park. And St. Sidwell's College, Regent's Park was a part... No, St. Sidwell's was the whole. It was the glorious world. Miss Quincey had never seen or even desired to see any other. That college was to her a place of exquisite order and light. Light that was filtered through the high tilted windows and reflected from a prevailing background of green tiles and honey white pine, from countless rows of shining desks and from hundreds of young faces. Light, the light of ideas that streamed from the platform in the great hall where 3 times in the year Miss Cursiter gave her address to the students and teachers of St. Sidwell's. Now Miss Cursiter was a pioneer at war with the past, a woman of vast ambitions, a woman with a system and an end. And she chose her instruments finely, toiling early and late to increase their brilliance and efficiency. She was new to St. Sidwell's, and would have liked to make a clean sweep of the old staff and to fill their places with women like Rhoda Vivian, young and magnificent and strong. As it was, she had been weeding them out gradually as opportunity arose, and the new staff, modern to its finger tips, was all but complete and perfect now. Only Miss Quincey remained. St. Sidwell's in the weeding time had not been a bed of roses for Miss Cursiter, and Miss Quincey, blameless but incompetent, was a thorn in her side, a thorn that stuck. Impossible to remove Miss Quincey quickly, she was so very blameless and she worked so hard. She worked from 9 till 1 in the morning, from 2:30 till 4:30 in the afternoon, and from 6:30 in the evening till any hour in the night. She worked with the desperate zeal of the superseded, who knows that she holds her post on sufferance, the terrified tenacity of the middle-aged, who feels behind her the swift-footed rivalry of youth. And the more she worked, the more she annoyed Miss Cursiter. So now, above all the tramping and shuffling and hissing, you heard the self-restrained and slightly metallic utterance of the Head. "Stand back, Miss Quincey, if you please." And Miss Quincey stood back, flattening herself against the wall, and the procession passed her by, rosy, resonant, exulting, a triumph of life. End of chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2 of Superseded, From Two Sides of a Question by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2. Household Gods. Punctually at 4:30, Miss Quincey vanished from the light of St. Sidwell's, Regent's Park, into the obscurity of Camden Town. Camden Town is full of little houses standing back in side streets, houses with porticoed front doors, monstrously disproportioned to their size. Nobody ever knocks at those front doors, nobody ever passes down those side streets if they can possibly help it. The houses are all exactly alike, they melt and merge into each other in dingy perspective, each with its slag-bordered 6 foot of garden uttering a faint suburban protest against the advances of the pavement. Miss Quincey lived in half of one of them, number 90 Camden Street North, with her old aunt Mrs. Moon and their old servant Martha. She had lived there 25 years, ever since the death of her uncle. Tollington Moon had been what his family called unfortunate. That is to say, he had mislaid the greater portion of his wife's money and the whole of Juliana's and Louisa's. He, poor fellow, had none of his own to lose. Uncle Tollington, being the only male representative of the family, had been appointed to drive the family coach. He was a genial, good-natured fellow, and he cheerfully agreed, declaring that there was nothing in the world he liked better than driving, though indeed he had had but little practice in the art. So they started with a splendid flourishing of whips and blowing of horns, Tollington driving at a furious breakneck pace in a manner highly diverting and exhilarating to the ladies inside. The girls (they were girls in those days) sat tight and felt no fear, while Mrs. Moon, with her teeth shaking, explained to them the advantages of having so expert a driver on the box seat. Of course there came the inevitable smash at the corner, the three climbed out of that coach more dead than alive. But they uttered no complaints. They had had their fun, and in accidents of this kind the poor driver generally gets the worst of it. Mrs. Moon, at any rate, found consolation in disaster by steadily ignoring the most humiliating features. Secure in the new majesty of her widowhood, she faced her nieces with an unflinching air, and demanded of them eternal belief in the wisdom and rectitude of their uncle Tollington. She hoped that they would never forget him, never forget what he had to bear, never forget all he had done for them. Her attitude reduced Juliana to tears. In Louisa it roused the instinct of revolt, and Louisa was for separating from Mrs. Moon. It was then, in her first difference from Louisa, that Miss Quincey's tender and foolish little face acquired its strangely persistent air. Hitherto the elder had served the younger. Now she took her stand. She said, "Whatever we do, we must keep together." And she professed her willingness to believe in her uncle Tollington and remember him for ever. To this Louisa, who prided herself on speaking the truth, or at any rate her mind, replied that she wasn't likely to forget him in a hurry, that her uncle Tollington had ruined her life, and that she did not want to be reminded of him any more than she could help. Moreover, she found her Aunt Moon's society depressing. She meant to get on and be independent, and she advised Juliana to do the same. Juliana did not press the point, for it was a delicate one, seeing that Louisa was earning £120 a year and she but 80. So she added her £80 to her aunt's 80 and went to live with her in Camden Street North, while Louisa shrugged her shoulders and carried herself and her salary elsewhere. There was very little room for Mrs. Moon and Juliana at number 90. The poor souls had crowded themselves out with relics of their past, a pathetic salvage, dragged haphazard from the wreck in the first frenzy of preservation. Dreadful things in marble and gilt and in papier-mâché, inlaid with mother of pearl, rickety work tables with pouches underneath them, banner screens in silk and footstools in Berlin woolwork, fought with each other and with Juliana for standing room. For Juliana, with her genius for collision, was always knocking up against them, always getting in their way. In return, Juliana's place at an oblique angle of the fireside was disputed by a truculent cabinet with bandy legs. There was a never-ending quarrel between Juliana and that piece of furniture, in which Mrs. Moon took the part of the furniture. Her own world had shrunk to a square yard between the window and the fire. There she sat and dreamed among her household gods, smiling now and then under the spell of the dream, or watched her companion with critical disapproval. She had accepted Juliana's devotion as a proper sacrifice to the gods. But for Juliana or Louisa, for the matter of that, she seemed to have but little affection. If anything, Louisa was her favourite. Louisa was better company to begin with, and Louisa, with her cleverness and her salary and her general air of indifference and prosperity, raised no questions. Besides, Louisa was married. But Juliana, toiling from morning till night for her £80 a year, Juliana, painful and persistent, growing into middle age without a hope, Juliana was an incarnate reproach, a perpetual monument to the folly of Tollington Moon. Juliana disturbed her dream. But nobody else disturbed it, for nobody ever came to their half of the house in Camden Street North. Louisa used to come and go in a brief perfunctory manner, but Louisa had married the Greek professor and gone away for good, and her friends at St. Sidwell's were not likely to waste their time in cultivating Juliana and Mrs. Moon. The thing had been tried by one or two of the younger teachers who went in for all round self-development and were getting up the minor virtues. But they had met with no encouragement, and they had ceased to come. Then nobody came, not even the doctor or the clergyman. The two ladies were of one mind on that point. It was convenient for them to ignore their trifling ailments, spiritual or bodily. And as soon as they saw that the world renounced them, they adopted a lofty tone and said to each other that they had renounced the world. For they were proud, Mrs. Moon especially so. Tollington Moon had married slightly, ever so slightly beneath him, the moons again marking a faint descent from the standing of the Quinceys. But the Old Lady had completely identified herself, not only with the moons, but with the higher branch, which she always spoke of as "my family." In fact, she had worn her connection with the Quinceys as a feather in her cap, so long that the feather had grown, as it were, into an entire bird of paradise. And once a bird of paradise, always a bird of paradise, though it had turned on the world a somewhat dilapidated tail. So the two lived on together. So they had always lived. Mrs. Moon was an old woman before she was 55, and before she was 25, Juliana's youth had withered away in the sour and sordid atmosphere born of perishing gentility and acrid personal remark. And their household gods looked down on them, miniatures and silhouettes of Moons and Quinceys, calm and somewhat contemptuous presences. From the post of honour above the mantelshelf, Tollington, attired as an early Victorian dandy, splendid in velvet waistcoat, scarf and chain-pin, leaned on a broken column symbolical of his fortunes, and smiled genially on the ruin he had made. That was how Miss Quincey came to St. Sidwell's. And now she was 45. She had always been 45. That is to say, she had never been young, for to be young you must be happy. And this was so far an advantage that when middle age came on her she felt no difference. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.